Wow. Now that that's done, what else we have to do? Oh yeah, music. Go. YouTube, YouTube, X. Let's go to my music. Wow. Let's turn this down some. Okay, there we go. We should be good now. If the music too loud, chat, let me know. Maybe will true God can make me fall in love. But baby, what true God can make me fall in. Oh, so gold took off. Look at that gold. We took off from my buy area down here. This didn't give me an entry. So we just see if we can get a pullback back into this area for a trend continuation. Look at NAS 100. So NAS 100 same as well. We took off. Now we just need to wait for a pullback and trend continuation. Those both of those look good. DJ looks like we're faking out sellers in this area. We go back bullish above this high over here on a 5-minute chart. If we can get a closure back above this previous high, we look to take some buys to continue higher back into this area. Look at this. GU is failing to hold this level. AU is pulling up into this level. Still bullish. Though don't want to trade that. Don't want to trade that. I don't want to trade inside this range on year 30 either. Don't want to trade this. Not there. Don't want to trade this. Yeah, bitch, give it to me. Don't want to trade that. Okay, so we're bearish here. Don't want to trade this either. So waiting for one of these three to get a trade off of one of these three. Got me weak, you on my mind when I sleep. Can't get you out of my dream at all. Oh no, Talking about love, I just needed love. Send me your loving, baby. I need. I needed love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Linda Lynn, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream, bro. Fall in love, and I don't know what it is. Oh, let's listen to. I listen to this dude I've been seeing on TikTok. That's a trader that rap, bro. Forgot what his name is, though. I gotta find it. Rap music for day traders. That's what he called himself. Some Cisco, bro. Or Esco. Esco rap. No. Fuck this dude name, bro. Esco. Let's look at GJ Slayers. Okay, no, that's not it. Let's go to following. Let's go to my followers. I know I follow the dude, bro. And the people I follow, let's go to them. Not. No. I want to listen to his music, bro. No, that's not it. Big Esco. There we go. That's his name. Big Esco. Let's look him up on YouTube. Control V. Big Esco. There we go. I'm into trading and learning. How long have you been trading? Like, do you know anything, or are you completely like brand new? Oh, my music loud as fuck. Hold on, let me turn it down. All right, that should be better. Are you completely new to trading, or like, are you have a little bit of experience and you still getting your feet wet, or this like your day one of I'm the first person you came across trying to learn trading? Then you get a 1 hour closure back above this area. If you get a 1 hour closure back above this area, or even a 30-minute closure, I'm open to taking a 30-minute closure to be honest. Yeah, we get a 30-minute closure back above this high over here. We could take a buy after we rebreak that current candle high with stop loss below this low and look to target the top of this range. Actually, we use this low. We do about 15 pip stop loss, something like this. Only for this 30-minute candle closure. I want to see how the first half of this hourly candle go. We might take some buys here. Ugh. Michael Drum from your post. What's good, Michael? Welcome to the stream. I see a couple familiar names in here. Two times Baga. What's good, bro? Your name's pretty familiar. But he running this shit. This song hard. Don't ever stop, bro. Appreciate the journey. Thank you for the motivation, bro. Wait, he running this song. This shit is hard. Hold on. You gotta peep the day trading bars. Hold on. He low key ran this. He said, I'm a risk take a pip taker. I got thick paper. Hold on. He running this. Threw some money and some crypto. You could guess what it made. Another day trading bar. Hold on. If you want to boss your life, I bet you need to meet a trader. Hold on, another day trading bar. Hold on. He running this shit. Not gonna lie. Trading got me introverted. Need to work on people's skills. Another day trading bar. He dropped like 5 of them hoes. Nah, I'm adding this to the playlist. All it took is 20 minutes, and I caught 100 pips. Nah, he's full quarter FOMC. 100 pips in 20 minutes. Yeah. Nah. That song was hard. Not gonna lie. What y'all looking at tonight? What is everybody looking to trade? Out of curiosity. Me personally, I'm waiting for buys on GJ to get a 30-minute closure above this high. Buys on NASDAQ if we get a pullback into this 24.6K area, and buys on gold if we get a pullback into this 3.790 area. So that's the main 3 pairs I'm looking at today. Linda Lynn, share the live. Thanks for the live share, Linda. Hey, Linda, where was you at during the Discord live at 5 p.m. market open, bro? Where was you at? How much cash did you start with, and how much was your first win you made? I don't remember those. That was so long ago. But I recommend people start with about $250 into a personal live account and risk 1% per trade. Don't look to actually trade that $250 to flip it to 1K or like make significant amount of money on it. Just look at it to learn how to trade. Just use risk 1% per trade. That's $2.50 per trade. But you're not looking to flip that account. You're just looking to see if you can make consistent percentage gains over time. As you get better with making consistent percentage gains, then you look to scale capital and go the prop firm route. That's what I recommend. How do I start doing this? Is there a website, or how do I start? How you start by learning, right? You don't want to just go into the market and trying to trade. So you want to start learning first. You can learn on YouTube for free. This is a video that I recommend all beginners watch when it comes to learning as a beginner. If you know completely nothing about day trading, watch this video here. Just go on YouTube, type in FXology Ultimate Beginner's Guide to Forex, and watch this video here. This video was made about a year ago, but it's a 4-hour long video, and you will learn everything beginner friendly inside this video. As you learn everything beginner friendly, I suggest you watch people like myself live trade. But inside this video, you will learn everything beginner friendly. It's important to learn everything beginner friendly because you need to understand the language first. It's like you're learning something that's completely brand new to you. So you need to learn the vocabulary and what the words mean that we say and our terms and stuff like that. So we need to know what a pip is, how to measure pip. You need to understand risk management. You need to understand what a candlestick is, what market structure is, price action, things of that nature. You'll learn all beginner friendly stuff inside this video. And then after you learn this, watch people that live trade so you can see how it's executed in real time. And pick somebody that once you start watching somebody live trade, if they offer paid services, if they offer any paid services, like a mentorship, I suggest you buy their mentorship. But based off of somebody that you trust, based off of you watching them live trade and you know their results are consistent. Not somebody that's just making videos. I wouldn't recommend you buying their mentorship, but somebody that's consistently producing content as far as live in real time, and buying their mentorship when it comes to getting a one-on-one coaching. Oh, I'm trying to do this, man. It looks really hard, but people say it's easy. It's the technical nonsense part is easy. The hard part is mentally. Trading is 90% psychology, so it's hard on your mental toughness. If you're mentally tough and disciplined, and you're not somebody that experiences greed or FOMO or things of that nature, not really hard. But it's going to be hard in the beginning, for sure, for sure. But it itself is not hard. It's just really hard mentally, because it tests your character as a person, not just how you trade. Most of the people make a year, everybody's results are different. You got people that make millions of dollars a year. You got people that make billions of dollars a year as a trader. You got people that make hundreds of thousands. You got people that make a couple thousand. You got people that make a couple hundred. You got people that lose money. Like, there's no set amount of money to make a year as a trader. But the amount of money you can make is uncapped, but it also has the aspect of risk to where you can lose. The amount of money you can lose is uncapped if you don't know what you're doing or you don't have proper risk management. But within your first year, you could be making a couple extra 1 to 2K a month, like on a low end within your first year. I want to say the first 6 months is just it's going to be you learning. Then the second 6 months of that year, you could start to see some profit based off of the way I trade and how I teach. How long have you been doing this, and how much did you make the most in a week of trading? I've been trading for almost 5 years. This October makes 5 years. And I'd like to talk in percentage gains. I don't talk in dollar amounts, because I don't want people to get my dollar amount fixated in their head and try to anticipate to get my kind of results based off of their trading when everybody results different. So I like to talk in percentage gains. And the most percent I made in a single week was about 12%. That was my biggest week. 12% to you can be, well, 12% could be anything. Just think about what 12% of an account is. So if you look to start an account with 1K, look at 12%. That's about $120. 12% of 10K is about 1.2K. So just equate that 12% to what you will be able to trade with, and convert that into a dollar amount for yourself. So you got 4 minutes left into this 30-minute candlestick close on GJ. 30-minute candle, it looks like it's closing bullish below the level. Not 30 minutes, 2 minutes left. So if we reject this level with 30-minute time frame, I would just wait for the next 30-minute candle to close, which will be the same as this current hourly close. So if you don't close above this area here in the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, then we're just going to simply wait for the hourly closure and then see where price wants to go. We 22 followers off 1.1K. Let's go. We're almost there. I think we literally just hit 1K followers on Friday. Now, my next live stream, which is Market Open, we're about to hit 1.1K. So that's lit. I think we can hit it this stream, to be honest. I'm still here for about an hour and a half. I'm not going to do like the 2.5 hour long that I was doing like last week, because I was really tired as well. So I'm going to shorten my streams this week. So I'm going to go for about an hour and a half. How many hours do you spend in a day doing trading? About an hour and a half to 2 hours, to be honest. I come to the charts, I do my technical analysis, look for areas to buy or sell, whatever given period I want to trade. I sit there for about an hour and a half to 2 hours just to watch a price action to see if it gives me entry. If it gives me entry, I take a trade and go to sleep. If it doesn't give me entry, I get off the chart and go to sleep or play the game or some shit. But actively sitting here on the charts for about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Don't work 10-hour days, barely make around 1.2K a week. Yeah, so when it comes to trading, like the amount of money you can make is like insane for the as far as potential, right? Because you can get access to 400K, 300K, 250K worth of trading capital with only just investing 1,500 to 3K of your own personal money and get that much money to trade with and buying power based off of leveraging prop firms and things of that nature. But the only way you can do that is being seasoned in the trader industry and like being a profitable trader. Like you got to know what you're doing to be able to get those kind of results or access to that much capital based off of prop firms. But once you learn the skill and get good at it, right, it's easy to scale up and get the big profit weeks and things of that nature. Yeah, that's a lot of work. I'm not gonna lie. 10 hours a day for 6 days in a row. Yeah, that's crazy. That's 60 hours a week. Yeah, you got that, bro. I can't work 60 hours a week. That's insane. You don't have to finish high school, bro. Like I know my mentor, that person I learned from 5 years ago, didn't finish high school. Right? You don't have to be a graduate to learn how to day trade, bro. That's not a barrier. What would you recommend for someone who is trying to start? Go on YouTube and watch um free content. Oh, somebody said Nas. Thank you. Thank you. Same as Nas 100. So I'm bullish on the Nasdaq, but price just took this lower high right over here going bullish. I want to see price giving a pullback first. Essentially pull back up to this 24.6K area while I'll take some buys down here. Other than that, if price wants to continue up, it could come up to target these highs over here. But I want to see a pullback first before trend continuation. Until we get a pullback, I'm not going to look to buy. I want to buy down here. I don't want to buy where price is currently sitting at. I have a Beast PC, 3 monitors, etc. A friend of mine is doing this, and he's making more than me. Yeah, you don't need all of that, to be honest, bro. Like that's overkill. Well, it's not overkill, right? I know you may see like content creators post YouTube or TikToks or whatever the case may be of having a bunch of screens open with a bunch of different charts. That's really not necessary, to be honest. I have 2 monitors, but that's because I play video games and I live stream. So that's why I have 2 monitors and a PC. But again, you could become profitable and learn as a trader with just a simple laptop. Or as long as you have access to Microsoft Edge or Firefox or Chrome, whatever the case may be, and you're good, bro. You don't need like crazy setup to be a profitable trader. I'm 18 and trying to start. I read it already. Go on YouTube, search this same thing I told the last guy. Searched up FX obviously Ultimate Beginner's Guide to Forex. Watch this 4-hour long video, and inside this video, you will learn everything to get beginner friendly about what is day trading from start to finish. Meaning, this day one, you can watch this and start to slowly progress and learn about what day trading is. And then after you watch this video, watch people that live trade during London session or New York session, such as myself or whoever else you come across that live trades. And then make sure the people that you're watching are authentic, right? They're not teaching you bullshit or anything like that. And they actually trade and not just talk. Make sure the people that you're watching are providing value as they're teaching, and you're just not copying what they're doing. You're actually learning stuff from what you're watching, right? But it's important to watch this video first because this video will teach you the language that us traders talk about when it comes to how we break down our charts. And it's important to know the language because if you don't know the language, then you're not going to understand what I'm saying. Well, I do a whole technical analysis on this pair here, and I say we broke this previous high to the left hand side, we made it a new high, price pulled back to the level of resistance, or we just took a liquidity above the high, waiting for a retest in this area or retracement. Like you're not gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about if you don't understand what a retracement is. You don't understand what a previous high or previous low is. You don't understand what a support resistance, things of that nature. So it's important to learn that stuff before you watch people like me live trade. What's your TP? I'm not in a trade yet. I'm waiting for a pullback first, but I will be targeting these highs over here. Just waiting for price to pull back into this area. Dude, I'm 31, been working since I was 15. I got 2 kids. I need to learn this for real. And trading is 90% psychology. So putting that kind of burden on yourself, like with the self-talk of I need to learn this for real, it's like adding a little mental strain on yourself. Like the more desperate you are when it comes to making money, it's like you're chasing money, trying to make money, the further it's going to run away from you. Like the harder it is going to become profitable because you're going to be chasing the money aspect of trading instead of chasing learning how to trade as a whole, like learning the skill, mastering it. Right? So adding that burden on yourself, like I have to learn it right now to make money, is going to negatively impact your trading when it comes to psychology. Just a little disclaimer out there. How long have you been trading? This October makes 5 years trading. I've been trading for almost 5 years. Come this October, I've been consistently profitable for the past 2 years, almost 3 years. This December will make 3 years consistently profitable. My 3 years ago, my first profitable month um was December, and then it's just been really consistent after that. Believe it or not, a lot of people say don't trade during the holiday season and all that stuff. And Q4, like I trade Q4, I trade holidays, everything. I don't give a fuck. How old are you? I'm 25. So I started trading when I was about 20. Oh, it's actually 21. Actually, no, 20, turning 21. There we go. What do you drive? I'm not allowed to drive anymore. I used to drive, but I can't anymore because I got arrested. So I am a felon at the moment, and my license is suspended until I get out of probation. So I don't drive nothing at the moment because I am a convicted felon and not allowed to drive because it violates my probation um um conditions. What prayer are you busy with? Uber, fuck it. Yeah, I do take a lot of Ubers. Ubers be low key be taxing my shit. I Uber I Uber almost everywhere, and I Uber eats everything. I don't go to the market or nothing like that. Like I don't buy groceries. I Uber eats breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. Well, besides lunch, so breakfast and dinner. What pair are you busy with? I'm looking to trade Nasdaq. I'm looking to trade DJ, and I'm looking to trade gold. For gold, I want to see price give me a pullback into this 3.7, 3.800 area, 3.790 area for a retest and a continuation above this previous high to the left hand side. For NAS 100, I wait for price to pull back into this 24.6K area for a retest of this previous lower high over here for trend continuation. And then GJ, I'm waiting to see if price can break and close above this area for a trend continuation to the upside. I was waiting for 30-minute candle closure above. As you can see, we look like we're rejecting this area and coming back down. So I still want to buy, but not now because our 1 hour is now going bearish as we take this low. So might not get a trade here on GJ either. Do you know any mentors that don't scam? I was thinking about getting one. Define scam. What do you mean by scam? I would suggest when it comes to finding a mentor, watch them watch their free content first and take in as much as you possibly could. If you could understand their free content and how they teach their trading strategy, things of that nature, watch it for like a month or a couple weeks or so, and then look for their mentorship. But you got to build a relationship with them for their free services first. And as you get comfortable with them, with their free services, then you decide if they are worth your money or not. That's how you pick a mentor. That's what I did when I picked a mentor a couple years ago. I watched somebody that live traded on YouTube every day during London session. I watched them for like a good 2-3 months. Then based off of me engaging in the chat and talking to that person, like being in the comments, things of that nature, I eventually took the leap and like, okay, I like this guy. I resonate with him a lot. I can understand the way he teach things of that nature. Let me use this guy as a mentor and get one-on-one coaching. Then I got the one-on-one coaching and stuff like that, and webinars and meetings and all that other stuff on a weekly basis. And that's how I picked a mentor. But I watched all their free content first just to make sure that I can understand that person and like they speak my language when it comes to like my area and how I grew up. Like they were pretty much a hood nigga just like me. Um, can you be my teacher and help me? I'm broke, but I want to make money. Yeah, I could be a teacher, bro. Come to live streams every single day. And join my free Discord community. Send me a message on TikTok. I will send you into my free Discord community. I do live trading sessions every day during London session, and on the weekends I do coaching calls within my Discord community. So I would do a small group, be like 3 or 4 people, whatever case may be, based off a community. Then you would join the call, and we'd be in Discord call. I would share my screen. You could be sharing your screen, and I would go on everything in detail from step by step on how I trade, my risk management strategy, how I manage risk, psychology, things of that nature. When it comes to beginner traders, I will walk you through everything step by step on a one-on-one basis for free if you're in my Discord community and you get selected on a weekend based off of the bare minimum, like what is trading, where did it come from, how do people make money off of it, what is the candlestick, what is the market structure, what is price action, everything from very, very, very basic day one boot camp style all the way up to intermediate and advanced stuff. But that's only in my Discord community, and you could join it for free. Just send me a message on TikTok and I can send you the link. So you on NAS 100 right now. So I'm waiting for positions. So I'm not actually in the trade. What I like to do is I like to pick areas based off of pure market structure or technical analysis to find an area that I want to actively take a buy or sell, and I wait for price to reach that area. So in this case, I'll wait for price to retest this area and reject. We have a rejection here. It never gave me entry confirmation, so I didn't take a trade. I was looking to take buys here. It never gave me a potential entry, so I didn't take this trade. Now we're looking below the level. So in order for me to take a position here, I'd rather see price come back above the area with structure. So that's what I'm waiting for on GJ. Just being patient and waiting for my setup to come to me instead of trying to force a trade. Just because we're inside London session doesn't mean I have to trade right this very second. I need my setup to support my trade idea. Based off of NAS 100, as you can see to the top left right over here, NAS 100, I'm bullish. I want to take buys, but I want to see price pull back into this previous lower high structure. If I zoom out on the 1 hour time frame, as you can see, we're making lower lows and lower highs here. Price shifted from bearish structure to bullish structure as we made a new high breaking above this previous high to the left hand side. Now I'm just simply waiting for price to pull back into this area to give me a higher low, and then I'll take a buy to price to push up and test these highs over here, knowing that we have clean range to fill. We have other imbalances up here that price needs to target, so I want to target those areas. But in order for me to trade, I wanted to get a retest here. I was looking at buys in this area based off of this 1 hour candle retest, but this wasn't inside session, so I didn't take it. This was at the end of Asia session. I wanted the London volume to come in first, so it ended up going without me, but not too late. Still waiting for a deeper retracement. And for gold, same kind of idea. We broke above the previous high to the left hand side. We were bearish down here. We took out this high right over here where we decided to go back into bullish structure, create a higher high, a higher low, a new higher high. So I'm waiting to see if price could pull back into this previous rejecting area to reject again, where I could take bullish trend continuations to look to target these highs up here. So those are the 3 setups I'm waiting for. How do those old levels work where it hits that same level? So okay, I'm gonna give y'all a very basic market structure breakdown right now for all of the beginner people, right? So let's go to a blank chart. Let's look at EJ blank chart. Market has just paid my first activation fee. Oh, nice. Now you just gotta make it to a payout, bro. When it comes to market structure, right? Market's never gonna go up forever. The reason why the market's never gonna go up forever, because if it does and every market just went up forever, that means anybody could just buy or sell at any given point and make money. Logically speaking, if it's just gonna keep going up, I could buy at any point in time and make money, right? Same thing with selling. The market's never gonna go down forever because that means anybody could just sell at any given time and make money. That's unrealistic. That's not how the market actually works. Okay, so market moves inside trends, meaning price goes up and down and sideways, so on and so forth. For uptrend, we call that bullish structure. That just means market is making new highs and new lows and higher lows, meaning each time price pushes up and has a rejection or starts to push back down afterwards, we call that peak a high. Once price push down and have another pivot point in price action, we call that a higher low in a bullish market. Okay, once you see this high and a higher low, price likes to make a new high, meaning this high, the next high in price is higher than the previous high. Meaning if this was the previous high that price made, if price breaks above the area, it will create a new high, making it a higher high. And this is how price action moves, where we have a series of higher highs and higher lows overall showing you that the direction of the market is bullish, but it's not going straight up. It's going up a lot, down a little bit. So say it goes up 50 pips and then retraces 30, then goes up 70 pips and retraces 20, then goes up 50 pips and retraces 15, then goes up another 100 pips. That's what creates this bullish market structure. And vice versa for bearish. So bearish structure looks the opposite. We're making lower lows and lower highs. Price makes a low, give you a turning point or a pivot point in price, then price makes a high. Right? Give you another turning point in price. Eventually, price will then make a new low, breaking below the previous turning point in price or the previous pivot point, give you a new one, so on and so forth, which giving you this bearish momentum. This lets you know that sellers are in control. Whenever you see markets making new higher highs and higher lows, this lets you know that buyers are in control. When the market's making new lower lows and lower highs, this lets you know that sellers are in control. You should be buying in a market like this and selling in a market that looks like this. So when it comes to my levels, I look to trade off of previous levels. So that just means previous areas that price have already rejected. So if price creates this point here, right? You have a pivot point here and price creates a level of what I like to call resistance, meaning price came up to this area and had a pivot point in price and came back down. If price rejects this area, I want to see price breaks above this area to make that quote unquote new high. Once that happens, I will, knowing that the market is not going to go straight up forever, it's going to come back down again at some point in time. Just because the market never goes up forever, I look for price to come back into this previous high to reject as a level of support to potentially go higher and make that new high. So let me show you what this looks like on an actual chart. So based off of how I drew everything out, so what it looks like on a chart. Price, let's make this bolder so you can see. Make this a different color. Okay. So let's say price makes a low, creates a lower high. Price breaks below the previous low, which would be this area here, or the previous pivot point in price, and makes a new low. Then price makes a lower high. Price make an equal low, and then a higher high. I'd be wondering, why is this a higher high now and not just a lower high? Well, this is a higher high now because price broke above the previous lower high, making a new high. So this high is technically higher than this high, so that makes this a new high. So sellers were in control here, now buyers are in control here. As you can see, once price made it a low, a lower high, and a new low, price broke below this area, came back up to retest it, and then continued. So that's how I trade. I look for a retest and then a continuation. Same thing for the other way around. So price creates a high, a higher low, price make a new high above the previous high, came back down to retest it, and then a continuation. Then I'm looking for this to happen again, now just up here, where price makes a high, a higher low, a new high above this previous high. Look on the left hand side. I'm simply waiting for price to come back to it to retest it, and I will be looking to take a trade off of this area for a trend continuation back into these highs, the same way it did back here and target these highs, the same way it did up here and target these lows. That's the basic understanding of it. How do these O level? So that's how these O level works. I'm looked at previous areas that price rejected in the past and look for price to react at those levels again. So price came up here in this area, I have a sell-off. Price came up in this area again, I have a sell-off. Right? So I'm anticipating that if price can break above this area and come back down to it, we can have another rejection, but just in the opposite direction. Because when we were below it, we continued down. I'm anticipating that when we are above it, we're going to continue up. So the first higher high, then the second higher low, if that makes sense. How do you know what to enter? So you know what to enter, you use multiple time frame analysis. So this is just a 1 hour time frame. This is just let me know that this is 1 hour worth of data. Each one of these candlesticks lets me know what price did within that hour. And use lower time frame confluence to support the high time frame direction. So how do I know what to enter? I have a specific entry criteria on what I need to see in order with stuff to happen before I take a trade. So I have an entry criteria. A lot more strategies should have an entry criteria. In a nutshell, that's the beginner-friendly way I could put it. I don't want to go into too much detail because you're not going to understand it. Because you're still like a beginner, so what it seems. I've been holding the long on the S&P since Friday morning. LOL, you're a demon, bro. Holding over a weekend on S&P, yeah, you're a demon. What time frame? This is the 1 hour chart. So anything, whenever you see up here is gray, oh, you can't see it come out. Things in the way. My bad. So up here over here, this is the 1 hour chart. You low key just solved my problem. I've been having problems with those levels, understanding it. Yeah, I like to keep stuff simple. I trade for about 2.5 hours or 2 hours. So I trade whenever I get on, I stay on for 2 hours. I don't always get on the same time every day. I get on when price gets close to my area. So today I came on at 130 because price gave me a breakout. I wanted to see a retest. So price was like around up here when I got on. So I like to get on when price gives me one of my confirmations that my direction is okay. And I wait for price to pull back into the area. So I got on around 1 o'clock today. If price doesn't get to my area where I want it to be until 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, I would just get on during those hours. Whenever I get on, I stay for about 2 hours. So if I get on at 3 o'clock, I'm off by 5:30ish. I'm on at 1 o'clock, I'm off by 3:30ish. You from South Africa? So yeah, I'm right now it's about 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'm gonna be on here for another hour and a half. Not hour and a half. I said I'm gonna do 2 hours today. Nice. What time is it in South Africa? What are you trading right now? I'm not trading nothing. I'm waiting for it set up. So looking. Oh, you can't see it. My face cam is in the way. Where should I put my face cam, bro? I think I'm gonna put my face cam down here. All right, that's better. So these are the pairs that I trade to the right hand side over here. The ones that you see with a red flag next to it, those are the ones I'm focusing on right now. 7:50 a.m. So you get London session at 7:50 a.m. That's lit. That's actually a great time to get London session because I like London session. So I'm not actually in the trade right now. The ones you see with the red bookmark next to it right over here are the ones I'm looking at for this section. All of the other ones down here, just stuff that I did analysis on, but I just think these setups are lower quality. So I'm not looking to trade these for today. I'm only focusing on these three for the time being until one of these looks a little bit more high quality. Then I'll trade it. I'm looking to sell off of this area on Euro USD, but our 1 hour time frame is giving us a deep retracement with internal bullish structure. So I really don't want to sell against this bullish structure, but I actually, now I'm looking at it right now, I might take this. See, I don't like we above the 50 MA, but I low key might take this. Hold on. Okay, I'm actually gonna take this actually. If we can clear this low, I'm getting in on this up. It's a little bit risky because we are internally bullish with the bullish internal structure. But I like how price gave us aggression, push back into the previous low to the left hand side, and now we're starting to slow down. Meaning we have weak closes. Like we have exhaustion wick here, a hammer candle here, signaling potential reversals off of this area. Price just took the previous high, and now we're looking to take this low. If we could take this low in a 5 minute chart, this is where our 5 minute goes bearish. How do I know? Because price made a higher high, a higher low, a higher high. If we could break below the previous higher low on a 5 minute chart, we could look for sellers to start to regain back control on this 5 minute chart, giving me an entry like this. Stop loss above these highs based off of 1 hour chart. So we can have stop loss above this current candle highs by 11 pips. I don't do 11 pip stop loss. I would do 15 just to give it a little bit more space. That way I don't take it out too prematurely. Then I can look at the bottom of the range, anticipating that this overall level can hold. I do like the setup. At first, I didn't like it when I first did the markup earlier, but now that I've seen prices slowing down in this area after aggressive push into it, and having to slow down in bullish volume and sellers are starting to come in, do like these sells. Not in this trade yet. I will let y'all know when I enter this. But I'm waiting for price to take this low. Let's set an alert here. Uh-oh. Message. Wait for 5 minute close. Set it alert here. Are you on NASDAQ? I'm not in the trade yet, but I do have NASDAQ inside my top 3 pairs for today. I'm paying $5,000 to the first 5 people to message me. God is good. Yeah, message them. God is good, bro. Get that. Secure that 5K. Is that on NAS 100? No, this was Euro USD. I turn my watermark back on. Symbol, canvas, Watermark. Where's the watermark, bro? There we go. Ticker and there you go. This is your USD. Let's make it black. Been pushing up before NQZ. So are you looking to take some buys, Angel? NQZ5. What is NQZ5? I don't know what that is. It's my first time heard NQZ5. Yeah. Are you just saying NQ like the NASDAQ? Because I don't know what NQZ5 is. Not gonna lie. Oh, so you just mean NQ? Okay, NQ. So that's the same as NASDAQ 100. We've been pushing up. Yeah, we definitely been hella aggressive as the start of the push started down here at 24.3K. And just yeah, I got it now. But this was an aggressive push. That's why I don't want to just buy just yet. I need to see a retracement first, some kind of bouncing or some kind of pullback before continuation. Like I don't think price is just gonna straight rip up here. And if it does, then good for NASDAQ, but I think that's a little bit lower quality. I need to see some kind of bouncing out from this aggression before I look to take a buy. But I'm open to taking buys. Just need to see some kind of higher level form first. What app do you use to buy and sell stocks? Is Robinhood bad, like they say? Robinhood is very beginner friendly, but there are better options. So when it comes to beginner friendly stuff, Robinhood is cool, but yeah, there are a few better options. I'm using Coinbase right now. What website are you on? I don't trade stocks. I trade Forex. And as a Forex trader, I don't use like an app like a broker like Robinhood or Coinbase. I use an offshore broker and a prop firm capital. So I trade with prop firm capital. The two prop firms I use is Top One Trader and I use Alpha Trader. And my personal broker, which is an offshore broker, is called Coinex. COINEXX. What's Forex? It's just another financial market, just like stocks. So, um, let me turn my music down. I think it might be a little bit too loud. So Forex is just short for foreign exchange market. So I'm trading the exchange rate between two economic currencies, betting that one currency will gain strength opposed to the other one. Whereas trading stocks, you're betting that a stock will either go up or go down in value. That's the difference, but they're treated the same. So Forex is just short for foreign exchange currency, and um, yeah, they just trade it. They trade it the same, just with different platforms. So if you go on TradeLock TradingView, you see all these different financial markets here. You have stocks, you have funds, you have futures, you have Forex, you have crypto, you have indices, you have bonds, you have economy, and you have options. Right? These are all different these all different financial markets. Right? So stocks is not the only financial market to trade, but stocks is the most common to the like beginner like space of trading. Stocks in stocks is more common to the beginners space of trading, but yeah, there are other financial markets to trade. The difference between stocks and Forex is the entry barrier for Forex is a lot cheaper when it comes to leveraging and making money as a trader, and stocks is more safe. Reason being is because Forex stocks has a lot more regulations than the Forex market does. So because it has a lot more regulations, it's not too much manipulation that can go on within a stock when it comes to that kind of stuff like price manipulation or like offshore brokers be booking your trades and things of that nature, right? Or you're getting faded, or you're getting like an offshore broker manipulating price just to punch your stop, shit like that. So it's stocks is more safe when it comes to regulations and stuff like that, but they're technically treated the same. Are you more likely for profit to Forex than stocks, or about the same? So it's the same. There's no one financial market that's better than the other when it comes to making money or making like potential profit, right? They all have endless profit potential with all of, like, there's people that make millions on stocks, people that make millions on Forex, people that make millions on crypto, so on and so forth. Um, so there is no one that's better than the other when it comes to how much you can make, but the entry barrier for stocks is a lot higher than the entry barrier is for Forex, because Forex has less regulations, meaning you can use leverage to head to like place your orders. So they say for they say the minimum amount to trade in the stock market will be about 5K based off of Google, right? With Forex, you could trade with as little as $100, right, and make money. When it comes to leverage and things of that nature, but stocks is a lot harder. So you can make money faster in the Forex market as opposed to the stock market, but the stocks market is a lot more safe when it comes to regulations and manipulation and stuff like that between brokerages. Are you in a sell? No, I'm not in nothing. I do want to sell, just not yet. I'm on top one account right now. Yeah, I like top one. Do you trade futures or just Forex? I trade Forex. I trade quote unquote futures, but with the Forex broker. So like instead of trading NQ, which is Nasdaq, I trade NAS 100, which is the same as NQ, but under the Forex platform. So if we look at NAS 100, as you can see the price. Look, okay, let's create a chart. Look at this price action. See, you have clear low lows, low highs, a shift instruction going here to go bullish, and a push up. This is what it looks like on NAS 100. If I type in NQ and go to futures and E-mini NASDAQ 100 futures, click the same thing, it looks exactly the same. Lower lows, lower highs, a shift instruction here to go bullish, consolidation, and an impulse up. Really looks exactly identical. Now let's look at the price. Now, NQ had price at 24.8K. With a NAS 100 is at 24.6K. So it's a little bit of a difference between the actual price, but the market structure is ideally the same. It's exactly the same when it comes to price action. So instead of trading NQ, I trade the NASDAQ, but under a Forex platform, which is NAS 100, instead of the NASDAQ. So technically, I trade futures, but not futures. So I trade NASDAQ. And I also trade US 30. US 30 is the same as YM. So if you do the same thing, where we have US 30, see where I'm like over here, look at this price action, memorize this. If I go to YM for futures, and that's the Dow Jones, it looks exactly the same as US 30. So I quote unquote trade futures, or whatever the case may be, but under the Forex platform. Are you profitable? Yes. I've been trading for almost 5 years. I've been consistently profitable for the almost 3 years coming this December. How did you figure out how Forex worked? Because this is what I started with. When I first started trading almost 5 years ago, I started with Forex and I just stuck with it. Well, this is not an app. This is tradingview.com, where this is where I go to look at price action. You could view any financial market here when it comes to TradingView. You can look at stocks, funds, futures, Forex, indices, crypto, bonds, economy, or options, all off of this platform. So this is universal when it comes to whatever you want to trade. But me personally, I like to trade Forex. And let's turn my things back on because my alert just got hit. As you can see here, with 5 minute closing below your low on a 5-minute chart. So let's look at this 5-minute time frame. See how much left. See how much time left in the 5-minute candle. We got 2 minutes left in this 5-minute close. I just want to see 5-minute close below this low. 5-minute close below this low. I can look to take this sell. Here's stop loss above the tide. I'm going to target these lows all the way down here. Okay, that's what I'm waiting for. Right, get this right here. Let's wait for this last 2 minutes to see how this 5-minute candle close. I think it's going to go even higher for this pair, Euro USD. No, I'm looking to sell this pair. So if you're talking about Nasdaq, I do think Nasdaq is going to go higher. But before it goes higher, I want to see it pull back first. Give me entry down here and then a trend continuation. Trend on Nasdaq technically is bullish. So I want to take buys, but I need price to retrace first. Because again, price is not going to go up forever. The push up started all the way down here. As you can see, as we price get all the way up here to these push, the candlesticks get smaller and smaller and smaller as it's going up. This lets you know that the buy momentum is dying out and sellers are starting to come in because our volume in these bullish candles are starting to slow down. Understanding that, I'm looking for price for sellers to start to pump the market down a little bit, or some of the buyers, some of the people that bought down here that got really sniper entries are starting to close their order down here as price took liquidity above these highs. So now they're starting to close their orders. So sellers are starting to come in. I want to see sellers come in, pushing price back down to the 24.6 area, where we retest the free top to the left hand side. And now I'm anticipating that buyers could regain control of the market at this area where I will want to buy in. if that's what you're referring to. Did you learn by just watching other people's videos? So I paid for a um I paid for a service like when I first started. They wasn't really teaching me how to trade though. They just introduced me to trading. They were trying to teach me how to sell courses and shit like that, or like recruit people, things of that nature. Really wasn't teaching me how to trade. But because I was into that space and I found out what trading was, I was losing money right at that time, very, very unprofitable. But as I was losing money, I was looked at it as the glass being half full versus being half empty, right? So I looked at it as if, okay, I'm doing something wrong because I'm losing money in the market. But because I'm losing money, that lets me know that somebody else somewhere else is making money that I'm losing. Because at the end of the day, it is a market. For every buyer, there has to be a seller. For every seller, there has to be a buyer. For every winner, there is a loser. Every loser, there is a winner. Basically, that's basic concept on how markets work. So understanding that, I'm like, okay, this is actually a real thing. I could make money off of this. I'm just doing it wrong. I gotta find somewhere to learn that I could get taught how to do it right. So I stopped paying for that group that I was in. That I went on YouTube and start watching a bunch of YouTube videos I could watch from a bunch of different people. I was watching people like Swaggy C, Lambo Raoul, Dr. Dollar, Daniel Savage. I was watching Alex G. I was watching somebody named Jeremy Cash. I was watching a bunch of different people all at the same time. Then out of all the people that I was watching, I picked one person that I found was like good for me and my level of understanding. I like the way they trade and they did it on live stream, not just making videos and things of that nature. Then I stuck with that person. How much did you make today? I made $0 today. I didn't take a trade yet. This is your full-time job. Trading is not a job. I look at it as in a career. So I'm a serial entrepreneur. This trading is not my only source of income. I have two other sources of income outside of trading that bring me money in consistently. Um, that's completely outside of trading, like not education, not market, like not none of that stuff, not trading that whatsoever. Just betting 180 on gold. It's bedtime. Good trade, bro. Nigga, go take care of yourself. Whatever that means. Holding on Nas. You holding on Nas buys? Yeah, my alarm, my 2 a.m. alarm going off. It's got a 1 hour close. A 5 minute candle just closed as well. Let's look at this close on EU. Let's 5 minute candle. We closed bearish with bearish engulfing, but not below this low. I want to do sell stop. Let's do a sell stop below this wick here. Um, so if I'm into being if we could respect the previous candlestick high and take this previous candlestick low, we could momentum could continue price down. Looking at our 1 hour time frame, if we get an entry down here and price close, even at entry, like if price close right where we enter at, this is still a 1 hour bearish engulfing for a reversal off of this area. So we're gonna look to take a sell stop here. I'm not gonna have a 5 pip stop loss. We're gonna have a 15 pip stop loss. Let's look at 15 and see what that looks like. So yeah, we can have a 15 pip stop loss above this overall high up here. And then this, we can look to target these overall lows all the way down here, but we have a first target at a 15 pip for about a 1-to-1. So this is gonna be our first target. Let's label this TP1. Where we gonna actually we're gonna label this X partial out. And then we're gonna look to hold a runner to target these lows down here. We're about to potentially win a 4.5 versus reward. So we're gonna set a sell stop here. Sell stop. Let's message. Sell stop. Sell stop activated. Let's copy entry. Paste it over there. Let's copy stop loss. Paste it over here. And that's this the trade. I got a sell stop at the break of this low, stop loss above these highs for about 15 pips. 15 pip TP1 where we're looking to partial out half of our position. Then we're going to hold it runner, target these lows for about a 4.5% reward. So this is the trade of the day. I target about 3% a week. Some weeks I have less than 3%, some weeks I have more than 3%. But I target 3% a week. I target 3% a week and I target 5% a month. And now you may be wondering, well, if you target 3% a week, and why you only target 5% a month when it's 4 months in a week? I mean, it's 4 weeks in a month. And that could be potentially 12% rather than just 5%. Because you also got to factor in the losing weeks or the weeks I don't get as much as I want to get. So even though I have a target 5%, 3% a week, doesn't mean I want to get 3% a week. I maybe have some weeks where I get 1%, or some weeks where I lose 1%, or so on and so forth, right? So I have a 5% monthly target and a 3% weekly target. All right, so I just got triggered on the sell stop. Order just got filled. Stop losses above these highs. Look to target these lows to see how the trade plays out. Let's set this. Close half. And let's delete this. Let's change this text to black. And let's look at this trade on the 1 hour time frame. I want to see how this 1 hour candle close. This is a strong 1 hour candle. Be 15 minutes, not even 15 minutes, 10 minutes inside this 1 hour candle. And we already have an aggressive push down. So in the next 49 minutes, if we can close bearish below this previous candlestick low, we should be good to continue down. And I'm looking for price to hold as price previously. I'm gonna start using this tool as price previously broke below this low here. Give us a retest and look for trick continuation off this area and looking for price to target this low and this low. Yeah, let's use this one instead. I got stopped on that last on Friday. Been holding S&P long all weekend. Are you always live when you take trades? Not always. So I'll always tell the live trade that I'm actually taking. Like if I was to get off stream before I take a trade, before I end the stream, I would say, okay, I'm about to get off here now in chat. I'm still looking at the same bottom at this area. If I pull back into this area, I want to see the 5-minute current lower lows, lower highs. Then I'll take a market structure shift to go bullish and look to target the previous high. I would give you that whole rundown before I end up live. But I will end the live because I don't feel like sitting here no more. But I will still take the trade. But I would tell you what I want to do before it happens and wait to see if price does it. And then sometimes, depending on how I'm feeling, I will update the Discord. So if you want to join my Discord, it's for free. I would message me on TikTok. I was seeing a link to the Discord. Like last week, I got off live. I said I was looking at this position here on GU. When I got off live around 4 o'clock in the morning, like 12 minutes later, I sent this in the Discord and said, taking this risky trade. This is the trade I'm taking. I'll let y'all know it was risky as market structure shift bullish here. This is the trade I end up taking, and this is how the trade end up playing out. So this is when I was in profit. And I said, I'm out here. See y'all this weekend. So I was doing a one-on-one coaching. So I was doing a coaching call that weekend. The weekend that just passed, which was yesterday. And this was the trade. So if I get off stream, this is the trade back here right now. If I get off stream, I won't take a trade off stream, but you will know what setup I'm looking for before I get off. That way, when I come back the next day and you may see a trade like this, they say you didn't take it on stream. Well, I told you that's what I was looking for before I got off stream, and it's up to you to execute on your own or not. But I do take trades off stream just because I may end stream because I don't want to sit here no more. Tips to become more profitable. Discipline. Be more disciplined and be more patient as a trader. You got to manage your emotions, right? Again, there is no one way to trade. I trade break and retest with high time frame directional bias of major key levels, right? The lower time frame confluence. But there's my way of trading is not the only way of trading, right? There are people that trade fair value gap. There are people that trade supply and demand. There are people that trade liquidity sweep. There are people that take counter trades. There are people that trade breakouts, break and retest, consolidations. People that trade outside divergence, Bollinger Bands. Like it may crossovers. Like there's a bunch of different ways to trade. There is no one way to trade. What separates the profitable from the unprofitable is not the way they trade, but it's the mindset that they have as a trader. People think learning a new strategy is going to make them profitable. When no, that's not the reality of trading. The reality of trading is how you manage your psychology with a already proven to be profitable strategy or a profitable concept. Concept like break and retest. Simple. That concept is so old and never been outdated. Like break and retest never be outdated. Stuff like that. But it's not the strategy which makes you unprofitable. It's the way your mental state and your psychology behind trading which makes you unprofitable. Are you somebody that don't know how to manage risk? Are you somebody that overtrader? Are you taking 5 trades a day? Are you taking 1 to 2 trades a day? Are you taking 14 trades a day? Are you trading every single session? Are you trading 3 different strategies? Are you disciplined? Do you have good risk management? Are you taking negative risk reward trades? Things of that nature. That is what separates the profitable from the unprofitable. You could have a round table with 4 different traders that trade 4 different, totally completely different ways, and they all make money. That lets you know that it's not about their strategy. It's about the psychology. But you will hear all 4 of those traders talk the same exact way about psychology. I only risk this per trade. I only trade this session. I only take trades during this time. I'm always consistent. I'm always disciplined. I'm okay with taking losses. I don't chase trades. That's the kind of talk that you will hear them all say. That's the commonality between 4 different traders. Profitable is not the way they trade, it's the psychology. So if you're unprofitable, it's not because of how you trade it, even though it could be because of how you trade it, but it's not the end all be all. It's most likely because of your psychology behind the way that you are trading. If you understand how concepts work and market structure and things of that nature, if you have a clear understanding of that, you're just failing as a trader and unprofitable because your mental state. And that's the raw reality of it, and not the bullshit that you're going to hear everybody else say. To give you an example, let's go to words of wisdom, right? This is a podcast. This dude do podcasts, and he do podcasts like with round tables of like 4 different traders all at the same table. So in this one he had 4 different female traders. In this one he had ICT roundtable, so a bunch of people that trade the way ICT trades or the ICT concept model, whatever the case may be. So watch stuff like that, and then you would hear how they talk to each other, and they bounce off, like they compare their strategies to one another. Like let's do trading round table. Okay, so here you got a round table here, the trader round table, how the markets are rigged against you, stuff like that. Okay. But you just listen to the way they talk to each other and how they compare the profitable versus the unprofitable and the habits that they have as profitable traders compared to the unprofitable. This was a good one. Well, Umar Ashraf. I like this guy. I like J Cap as well. I don't know who Trader Kane is, but yeah. Watch stuff like this, and this will help your psychology if somebody that struggles with psychology. Just look at the habits that profitable traders have versus unprofitable, and how much in common that even though they trade different strategies, they still have the same mental state. Would you recommend the ICT or TGR bootcamp for beginners? So fun fact, over the weekend, I've been watching the TJR bootcamp. I don't know which video I'm on. TJR. Playlist. Where was it? So as you can see, I've been watching some of his videos. I'm on this one, day 14, right? I haven't been watching his videos to learn how to trade because I know how to trade. I have my own strategy. I don't need nobody else's strategy or need somebody else's book to teach me how to trade, right? But I've been specifically watching his videos because people come to my chat and ask me about TJR Bootcamp so many times, and I never watched it, so I can't give you an accurate like representation or opinion about it, what I think about it, because I never personally seen it myself. So I've been watching it just to be able to answer that question. As of now, would you recommend the ICT or TJR Bootcamp for beginners? I like from what I've seen so far, TJR Bootcamp is very good. From what I've seen so far. So far, from what I've seen, he analyzed candlesticks and showed you the importance of candlesticks and how they work with the wicks and closures and opens and stuff like that. He also talked about trends, which was pretty beginner friendly and very good. He talked about breakup structure. I liked his the way he teaches breakup structure because he teaches the exact same way that I teach it. And but based off of every video that I watch on breakup structure within my 5 years of trading, when it comes to even me trying to learn it, we the only two people that explain it the way that he the only other person that explain it the same way I explain it, opposed to everybody else. Um, he talked about liquidity again. I liked his liquidity concept. Very similar to not very similar, the exact same way I say it is the way he said it, which is ironic. He had different parts to liquidity, but so far, based off of what I've seen, his boot camp is very beginner friendly. I'm in the process of making my own boot camp similar to the TDR style of boot camp. Because I get tired of people coming to my chat asking me where's a good place to learn how to trade, and then I point them into another nigga video, which is FXologG. I always point them to FXologG because like from all the beginner friendly videos I've watched, just because like if somebody drop a ultimate beginner's guide to trading video, I'll watch it. I will still watch it now. Like if TDR drop one, I will still watch it now. Not for me to learn because I already know. I would just watch it just to see if they say something that I like that I don't already know, even though 99% of the time they say shit I'm already familiar with or whatever that I already know, or they introduce a new concept that I'm not familiar with. Or I also watch it to see like how they explain stuff so I can get a better so I can get a so I could talk in a way that other people can understand. See if they explain something simpler than me. Like I try to dumb everything down to the simplest form. I already think I explain everything to the simplest form, but I don't know if there's a way simpler than the way I explain stuff. So I watch other stuff to see if they explain it simpler than me, but still having the same end goal when it comes to learning. But I hate when people come to my, well, I don't hate it, but people come to my chat all the time asking me like for beginner videos and stuff like that to get into trading. And I always point them to this video. Well, in reality, this doesn't benefit me at all. So I figure I should make a boot camp and then point them to my boot camp direction based off of like me posting a free boot camp on YouTube, but like a 60-day or 30-day boot camp on YouTube, and then have people go watch that instead of telling them to go watch FXologG. I think he has some already. He dropped 10-hour video today. Nah, yeah, I seen. I know it was like 9 hours. I seen it. I didn't watch it yet though. Just literally me watching TDR's bootcamp now. It's my first time ever watching TDR content. Like I never watched no video on his YouTube channel. I've been seeing him like hella on like Instagram Reels, YouTube Reels, and fucking TikTok, like his face on some troll shit. But I never actually looked at how he trade or knew how he trade. I just knew he trade liquidity grabs and fair value gaps. But inside his bootcamp, he was roasting support and resistance. But he made it sound so cliche until now I see why most people that watch TDR make fun of people that trade support and resistance. It's because of TDR's interpretation of support and resistance. Like, it's fucking funny because I was watching it and he's like, yeah, I don't understand how support and resistance traders say this is a ceiling and price is bouncing off a ceiling, so I'm going to sell, and then price is bouncing off of support, so I'm going to buy. Like, he made it sound so cliche and so fucking like no logic behind it until I know now I see why most people that trade with TDR roast support and resistance trader, just because his interpretation of it or how he like made a meme out of it and people just took it and ran with it. But in reality, support and resistance is the same thing, is equivalent to a fair value gap. It's not just a price reacting off of its floor or reacting off of a ceiling like how he said in the fucking boot camp. It's a concept. Just like fair value gaps is a concept. Supply and demand is a concept. Those are all concepts on finding levels to trade off of. Not prices reacting off of a floor, so it's going to go down. Or price reacting off of a ceiling, it's going to go down. It's price reacting off of a level, and you anticipating that that level will hold. Same way that fair value gaps. Prices reacting off of a fair value gap. You anticipating that fair value gap is going to hold. Or you're anticipating that fair value gap is going to invert. Or you anticipate that supply is going to hold, or that supply is going to get inverted. Things of that nature. But I'm like, bro, why is he support resistance traders like that, bro? Like, why are he making this sound so cliche? Can you do S&P 500 mini, please? Brody, he never said it was going to go down if it hits the ceiling. LOL. He calls it liquidity draws. All right, I'm going to pull it up right now because I literally just watched it yesterday, bro. I'm like, bro, no way he's trolling us like that. Cause I'm about to pull it up right now. Actually, it's in my history, but let's go to my history. Oh, okay, we don't want to go through my history. I had to remember what was in that motherfucker. Exit. Yeah, I don't feel like doing that right now. So what's what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna find that like off stream. I'm gonna find that part where he said he literally said his exact words. Prices at a ceiling. So now the ceiling should be holding price down, and now we're gonna drop here. Price is bouncing off of a floor, so we can look to take buys. That's literally his exact fucking words. And I was laughing like, no way he's doing support resistance traders like that. So I'm gonna find that off stream, and I'm gonna make a like TikTok video about it and like react to it and do that whole spill on support resistance just being a concept, just like fair value gaps are, just like supply and demand are. That is a concept. Bro, I literally just watched it today, bro. Like literally, he literally said floor and ceiling. Like, I'm like, bro, no way he's doing us like that. Trading Tradaholic CC. What do you mean CC? Can you do SPX 500, please? Yes, I can do SPX. So looking at the XPX, we're overall bullish. Let's clear my chart start all over. Overall bullish. How do I know? Price is making a new high as price broke above this previous high to the left hand side right over here. Price is just in a retracement phase of a new high. Or on the daily time frame, or you can look at this high here, right? Price broke above this high. So daily time frame is bullish. So look to the 4-hour time frame now. 4-hour time frame is bullish as well. How do I know? We're making a new high above this previous high to the left hand side. This is the lowest point price went before making that new high. Price never took this low, so technically still bullish as long as price stay above this area. Let's go to the 1-hour time frame now. The 1-hour time frame is bearish. How do I know? Right click, reset chart. Looking at price action, you see we made a series of higher highs and higher lows. This is our most recent high right over here. This was the lowest point price went before making a new high. Price eventually came down and took out this low, where sellers regained control of the market. Looking at this seller structure, we have a lower low, lower high, a lower low. Price is now in a retracement phase of overall bearish market. So the 1-hour time frame is bearish. The 4-hour is bullish and the daily is bullish, right? So being though the 1-hour is bearish, I really wouldn't want to sell to our 4-hour shifts bearish alongside the 1-hour already being bearish. So where does that happen at? If price takes out this previous higher low in the 4-hour time frame, this is where sellers regain control. So not only will you have sellers regaining control on the 4-hour time frame below this area, we have sellers regaining control. We have sellers maintaining control in the 1-hour time frame below this area as well. You look to take some buys based off of price taking out this low here, not buys, sells. It's off of price taking below this area, being below here, you'll be approaching to the 4-hour and the 1-hour direction. Based off of buys, I really wouldn't want to buy while the 4-hour, while the 1-hour is making current lower lows and lower highs. It makes no sense. In order for me to take buys, I will wait for the 1-hour to shift bullish. Where does that happen at? If price decides to take out this high right over here, this was the highest point price was before making a new low, being as though we made a low all the way down here. So if price breaks above this area, you can look to take some buys, being as though the 4-hour and 1-hour are already bullish. Looking at this level right over here, you can look to take buys above here, and you can look to target these highs up here. Either that, or you can take buys off of this level here. We already got a break, so price pulls below this range. This will be the higher probability trade up here. Like this will be a conservative, patient entry up here. If you want to be a little bit more aggressive, you wait for price to pull back into this area down here for a trend continuation. Right? Price had a high, a higher low, a new higher high. We had a break, a recess, and a continuation based off of this level right over here. Then price closed below this range. Sellers came in, faking out some sellers to try to take this low. Price didn't take this low and decided to close back above inside the range. because price closed back above inside the range, you can anticipate that this level may hold because we previously rejected this area and now we're closing back inside it based off of this rejection wick and this candlestick closure. So understanding that, if you want to take more aggressive entry as a scalp, you can take buys if price pulls back into this area and trend continuation to create some kind of internal structure, higher high, higher low, and then higher high to come back up to target these highs here. That's what I think about SPX. You can take some aggressive buys if price pulls back into 6.630 with entry confirmations on a lower time frame, or if you want to be more conservative, how I would take it, I wouldn't take it until price close breaks and retests this 6.672 area. Then I look to target these highs here. We have clean range to fill looking left to current price. Hopefully that makes sense. GME, 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 GME. What is GME, bro? Holy fuck, EU is really not moving, bro. I entered this trade back here. 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, we still at entry. What the fuck? Like, hello? GameStop, you want to look at GameStop? Look at that GameStop on a daily time frame. We're overall bullish, actually. Let's say we're bullish. Price made a new high as price broke above these highs right over here. So daily time frame is bullish, so buys are in control. Look at the 4-hour time frame. 4-hour time frame is bearish though. How do I know? We made a new high as price broke above this previous high to left hand side right over here, making this new high sitting up here. After the price made that new high, this was the lowest point price was before making that new high, and this low got taken out. This is where sellers started to take over the market. So now 4-hour is bearish. Now our 1-hour time frame, our 1-hour time frame is bearish as well. How do I know? Price was consolidating here. Yes, sir. We made a new high breaking above the previous high. Same on the 4-hour time frame. Price took this low where we decided to go bearish. This was the highest point price went before making that low. Technically, we are still bearish low if we stay below this area. So looking at the lower time frame structure, we have this kind of structure here. So until price either takes this high up here or this high, we're still bearish on the 1-hour time frame. Because our 4-hour and our 1-hour are both bearish, it makes more sense to sell as opposed to taking buy, just because you have more time frame telling you to sell than telling you to buy. Looking at this pullback or this retracement on this 1-hour time frame, after price took this low, you could sell at this premium price. We are having a rejection off of this 618. Aggressive buyers, sellers started to step in, pushing the market back down. Also at the 618, you have a previous level of resistance, right? So now again, price faked out the buyers that was buying above this level of resistance, anticipating that it could hold as support. They had stop losses below these lows. All these stop losses got hit. They probably was buying above this area to try to target these highs here, but buys are counter trend, which makes no sense to take these buys. I would rather take sales. So now that price is closing back with this side of the range, you can look to see if price can fill this range after faking out buyers. Sellers are getting back in here and look for trend continuation to the downside. For this kind of trade idea, entry will be based off of the 5-minute chart though. Looking up here, price came down to take out this low, making a new low in the 5-minute chart where we went from bullish to bearish. So we were bullish as price created aggressive high up here. We got relatively equal highs here. We have internal structure showing higher lows. We took out both of these lows. So where sellers are now. So my entry, if I wanted to take this sell, would have been right here as price closed below this previous low. I lost above these highs. But now we're in a retracement, another retracement. So I do think this level could hold as long as we stay below this lower high here. You could anticipate that price could continue down to target these lows down here, being as though we have a retracement after a aggressive push down, with our 4-hour alongside already being bearish. So this is a 4-hour break retest continuation. Going to 3 digits soon. Possibly. Not. I don't think so right now though. That's for sure. Just because we are bullish on a daily time frame, but for like short term, I could see some sales coming in at this area. I really wouldn't want to buy until price comes to clear these highs. I would look to take buys above 27.40. We'll be making a new high, meaning we're faking out sellers as price took liquidity below these lows. Now we're going back bullish above this area. That's what I think about GameStop. And why did my music stop? Hopefully that breakdown made sense. You got any other pairs y'all want me to look at to give you my input on them, or what? It could be anything. It could be a stock. It could be a crypto. It could be anything, but I don't really care. I trade pure price action based off of breaks and retests of previous highs and previous lows. With breakouts, things of that nature. So I trade pure price action. So because pure price action is the foundation of my strategy, I could trade any chart because every chart has pure price action. Very simple. So we got 30 minutes left until London open. London open at 3 a.m. So this is a pre-London trade. So we did get in this trade a little bit early. This is pre-London. But again, as long as price stay bearish on this 1 hour candle and we close as a bearish engulfing below the previous low on the hourly time frame, this hourly close is going to make or break this trade. So we got 25 minutes left. This hourly close. So far, this close is looking decent. Not the best, but still decent. So yeah. What you trade on? I trade personal capital and prop firm capital. I'm funded between 2 different prop firms, Top One Trader and Alpha Trader. And my personal capital, I trade on a broker called CoinEx. I trade Forex market, but I also do trade US 30 and I do trade NASDAQ as well, which is the same thing as NQ on a futures market and the same as YM on a futures market. So NQ is the same as NASDAQ, which is the same as NASDAQ 100, and US 30 is the same as YM on the futures market. So I trade quote unquote futures tickers, but under Forex umbrella. But then my prop firm accounts, I risk 1% per trade. But then my personal account, I risk 5% per trade. I'm a little bit more aggressive with my personal account because I don't have as many rules and restrictions when it comes to risk management. So I could be a little bit more free when it comes to managing risk and things of that nature. I made $100 yesterday on a gamble. Do you do leverage? Yes, I trade with leverage. $100 yesterday on a gamble. Hey man, you don't want to build bad habits, right? But it's good that you notice that you were gambling, right? But you want to try to avoid taking them gambles. How many trades do you make a day? I take 1 to 2 trades a day. If I win my first trade, I don't take a second one. If I lose my first trade, I am open to taking a second one, right? To recover my first loss and to potentially end the day in the green. So if I win my first trade, I don't normally take a second one. If I lose my first trade, then I might take a second one if the opportunity presents itself just to recover. But max, I don't lose 3 trades a week. Max, okay, let me rephrase that. Max, I lose 3 trades a week. If I ever, any given week, if I lose 3 trades, I will cut my week short. I don't care what day it is. I don't care if I lose 3 trades on a fucking Monday. I'm not trading Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And that's a part of my risk management plan. How much you risk? Yeah, so on my prop firm accounts, I risk 1%. My personal accounts, I risk 5%. What are the profit and loss margin you go for? I target 5%, 3% a week, 5% a month. And I just risk 1% per trade. I'm gonna stay here till 3 a.m. though. At 3 a.m., I'm gonna get off. I don't care if I'm in drawdown. I don't care if I'm at entry. I don't care if I'm in profit. I'm literally just gonna get off. And let the trade do it. I'm not one of them people that sit there and watch they trade all the way to the end. Like after I take a trade, I'll think about it like the price action is gonna do what it wants to do, whether I'm sitting here monitoring it or not. As long as I have a stop loss in place and take profit in place, I'm good to go. And I'm gonna let price action do what it wants to do, whether I'm here or not. It's gonna do whatever it wants to do anyways. So I don't actually have to sit here and watch my trades. If I wasn't live trading, I wouldn't be sitting here watching my trades anyway. I would be playing a game, so I'm waiting for my alerts to go off. So I do have a strategy. I don't know what you mean by compound schedule, like a strategy. So by month 12, I don't know what you mean by the end part, but I do have a strategy, and I trade the same way every day, all year, every year. Nothing changes. I've seen this chart everywhere, but I don't know what it's called. I'm trying to get into trading. If you're trying to get into trading, go on YouTube and look up Ultimate Beginner's Guide to Day Trading by FX Alex G. The reason why I tell people to watch this video, even though I said it like 5 times a stream, I literally say it every day, like at least like 5 times. But Watch this video here. It's a 4-hour long video. This video will teach you everything beginner friendly when it comes to trading. It will teach you about price action, what is candlesticks, what is trading, how the leverage works, how risk management works, psychological levels, psychology behind trading, everything. Everything beginner friendly you will learn in this video. Even though it says Forex trading, everything learned in this video will cross correlate to other financial markets outside of Forex. So everything you learn in this video will not only apply to Forex, but it applies to the stock market, it applies to the crypto market, it applies to the future market, and every other financial market. It's important to watch this video because this video is going to teach you the basics of trading, learning the fundamentals and the vocabulary us traders may use. After watching this video, you're not going to watch the video and then automatically just know how to trade, right? That's not realistic. You're watching this video to understand the basics and the beginner-friendly stuff. After that, I encourage you to watch people that live trade like myself or anybody else that live trades, right? That provides good value when they're live trading. The reason why I tell you to watch this first before you're watching live trading is because this is going to teach you the basics in the language of trading. Understanding what a bullish and bear sentiment is. Understanding what market structure and price action looks like, right? Understanding how to navigate the trading view. After you understand all that stuff, you watch people that live trade and ask questions in their chat. And as you're asking questions, you're going to be able to understand the answers a lot better because you understand the language. It's important to watch people that live trade as opposed to just watching a bunch of videos or boot camp over and over again. It's because live trading gives you the raw reality of trading, not just the video, right? If you watch people break down the trades that they took on a video on a YouTube channel, right? The YouTube channel videos is just like highlights for an athlete. Like if I go up and look up LeBron James highlights his whole career, he's going to look like the greatest player of all fucking time just because this is highlight tape. You're only going to show his best moments. Same thing with a YouTube channel. YouTube videos, they're only going to post their best moments, their best trades, things where they hit like great risk rewards because they're going to look like they know what they're talking about. But that's all you see is them winning. You're not going to see them losing because it's a highlight tape. Same thing with TikTok videos. Like people post TikTok videos. If you just look to learn off of their videos, again, everybody's going to look like they know what they're talking about based off of videos because they're only highlighting their best moments or the trade that they won. They're not going to show you all the losses they took before they got that one win that they posted, right? So that's why I tell you it's important to watch people that live trade because you see the real reality of trading. You don't just see the shots that they make in the basketball. You see the shots that they miss too at the actual game. You see how they manage their risk. You see how they calculate their entries, their stop loss placement, their profit targets. You see how they're how many trades they take in a day. You see if they're over leveraging. See if they're over risking. See if they're aggressive. See how they're you listen to their self-talk on how they talk to themselves when their trade is in drawdown, like my trade right over here. Like I'm in drawdown right now. You didn't hear me say, oh, we might lose this trade or get discouraged about my setup, not one bit, because at the end of the day, it's going to do what it wants to do regardless. You get to see how they're managing drawdown, how they're managing profit, where they take partials at. Are they holding full to TP3? Or are they closing early? Are they letting the trade sit stop loss? You see that kind of stuff. You're not going to see that in real time based off of a YouTube video because it's just going to them be breaking down the trade that they already won or stuff like that. But that's why I encourage people all the time to watch that live trade. If that person is not live trading, then I wouldn't want to learn from them because not to try to discredit their value or their potential value as the educator, but if you learn it for free, before you even pay for a mentorship for somebody, you should be that person should at least show you what it's like from them itself, based off of trading live. And that's why I trade live. I'm thinking of trading on Robinhood mobile. I don't trade with Robinhood, but Robinhood is beginner friendly. So if that's something you're okay with doing, go for it. So you learn from the video and only lose 3 trades a week max. So I learned from a mentor. So I went on YouTube. I found a bunch of different people. I was watching people like Alex G, Lambo Raul, ICT, Roger Banks, Dr. Dollar, Daniel Savage, somebody named Jeremy Cash, Swaggy C. I watched a whole bunch of people, right? And I was taking a bunch of pictures of everything I learned from all these people and all of their concepts. And then I picked one person to be a mentor, and I bought that person's mentorship where I got to see the live calls and live trading off stream, things of that nature. Got the one-on-one coaching, got to talk and build a relationship with that person as a mentor. And that's how I started trading. But I watched their free content first just to make sure that I can understand by the way that person talks, I can understand the concepts and things of that nature. And that's how I picked a teacher, and then I paid for the mentorship afterwards. But I watched them live trade for free for like a good 2 or 3 months before I even do the paid part. So that's what I did. And I lose 3 trades max a week because that manages my risk. Worst case scenario, say I lose 3 trades in a row, my first 3 trades of the week, all right? Um, if that was to happen to me and I come out week short, it's easy to recover 3% the following week, as opposed to trying to revenge trade that 3% within that same week, and I dig myself into a deeper and deeper hole. Now come Friday, I'm down 6, 7, 8%. That's going to be a lot harder to recover. If I notice that I'm on a losing streak or like I'm losing itself, and I take 3 losses in a week, I cut my week short and I will end it at whatever profit I am on that week or whatever drawdown I'm in that week. If I'm down 2% by the time I lose 3 trades, I'm done trading. If I'm up 1% by the time I lose 3 trades, I'm done trading. That manages my risk capital. And by the time I come back to the charts that following week, it will be in a whole new area of price. If I take 3 losses on Monday, right, and I trade in this range, by Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all that time price is still moving. Just I'm not participating. By the time I come back to the chart, we're going to be at different levels. We're going to have new highs, new lows, new support, new resistance, new price action. That way, I'm getting a fresh, clean chart by the time I come back. I mean, I let price action do what it do. I got faked out in this range now. Now we're in a different market cycle. I might be getting caught in retracement. So by the time I come back, we're now in the expansion. I might get caught in the consolidation. By the time I come back, we're in the expansion. I might get caught in an expansion. By the time I come back, we're in a reversal. Like things of that nature. So that's why I cut my week short at 3 losses max. And that protects my risk. That protects my risk management. And I think having that approach was like a cheat code to me becoming profitable, because even when I take funded account challenges and stuff like that, or my funded accounts, it takes me a long time to blow them. You're not going to see me blow an account the same week I bought it, or the same 2 weeks I bought it. Because worst case scenario, if I have a 10% max drawdown on a funded account challenge, it would take me at least 3 weeks to lose that account. Just because 3 weeks of worst case scenario, I lost 3% each of those weeks. That's only 9%. I mean, I still have 1%. So it'll take me 4 weeks to blow the whole account, which would be a whole month. So that's my risk management approach on the weekly bias. That way it protects my account in the long run. I said all of that pretty fast, but hopefully y'all kept up with that. Holy fuck you. So let's see what everything else is doing. Let's see if gold. So gold still didn't come down yet. NAS 100 still didn't come down yet. We're still just continuing higher. And GJ is continuing down. Took this low. We are now in bearish on 1 hour time frame. And still bullish on a 4 hour time frame. So we might be rejecting this area here for a continuation. But I wouldn't want to buy here, because buying here will be against the 1 hour trend, because our 1 hour just went bearish as we took this low. So we could go higher here, but again, that's a low quality trade. I wouldn't take that, to be honest. So because I'm not going to take it, or I wouldn't take it, let's just get it off my chart and not focus on it. But now it still didn't come down. Gold still didn't come down. So that's it. I was looking at buys here on US 34 potential price to come back down, but it didn't come down deep enough. It came down a little bit right over here, but I wanted to see a deeper retracement, so no trade there. This is consolidating. The 1 hour goes bearish below this low here, but I don't want to trade in this consolidation range. I'm waiting for price to break above it to continue our bullish momentum. Same thing here. I think this looks shit. I don't want to trade this at all. All of these look shit. You trade NQ? Yes, I do trade NQ. NQ is the same as NAS 100. If you see NAS 100 here, this is the same as NQ. If I go to a 1 hour time frame and you look at this 1 hour price action, let's clear the chart. Remember this picture, right? Remember that we have lower lows and lower highs. Price took this low, price took this high, going back bullish. This is what NAS 100 looks like. If I just go here and type in NQ and go to futures, it'll look exactly the same thing, right? Price took this low over here, bear structure, consolidation, continuation, took this high. So NQ and NAS 100 is the same exact thing. They both are the NASDAQ. NQ is the futures version of NASDAQ, and NAS 100 is the Forex version of NASDAQ. Look at the price point here. The price is just a little different. So NQ is at 24.8K. If I go to NAS 100, it's at 24.6K. So it's about $200 off in difference based off of price, but the overall structure is exactly the same. So yes, I do trade NQ, which is the same as NASDAQ, which is the same as NAS 100, which is the same as MNQ. Made 5,000 this morning. You're a GOAT. Trading is so cool. Nah, it is. Trading is hella cool once you start to make money. It's not cool when you're losing though, because it's frustrating. So risking 2%, how much could you make weekly? It depends on your risk to reward ratio, right? If you average a 1 to 2 per trade, it depends on your risk to reward ratio, and it also depends on your win percentage. The win percentage and your risk to reward ratio will determine how much you can make. So you have to combine those two. Tally up how much you average on the risk to reward ratio and how often you win. Multiply those two numbers, and that will give you a dollar amount. So if you risk 2% per trade on a $100 account, that's $20 per trade, and you average 80% win rate. So out of 10 trades, you win 8 of them, which is pretty high. And you risk 2% per trade. The 2 that you lost 4%. The 8 that you won at a 1 to 2 risk to reward, you made 16%. 16% of 1,000 is 160. So that's the equation you would do to tally up those numbers. Do your win percentage and figure out what your win percentage is, then how much you will make based off of that win percentage being consistent, and then multiply that by the risk to reward ratio. I'm trying to put my limits for shorts on NAS and go to sleep. I got a question. Why do you want to sell NAS though? I never trade against the trend. Yeah. I'm on the same way. I'm on the same thing you on, Dion. That's why I asked him why he want to sell Nash. I'm trying to figure out what he see that I don't see. I trade a lot of different pairs. I don't just trade Euro. I trade NQ as well, or NAS 100 as well. ICC is traded by trades by side, if I'm not mistaken. Trades by side, trades basic support resistance. So I will say yes, ICC, right? But it's just support resistance. So yeah, I trade support resistance. I can give you a detailed explanation of how I trade if you want. So what do you trade? Why do you trade Euro instead of NQ? So as you can see here in my watch list, I trade all of these pairs here. I don't just trade one specific pair because the market moves in phases. You have a consolidation phase, you have a retracement. Wait, let me slow down. You have a consolidation phase, you have an expansion phase, you have a retracement phase, then you have a reversal phase. That is a price action cycle. Another way to put it, you may have a manipulation phase, a distribution phase, accumulation phase, things of that nature. Those just the fancy words or the ICT words of putting it. But in reality, it is consolidation, expansion, retracement, reversal. Okay. So if every session, just because it's in your session, doesn't mean it's going to be a pro trend setup. So during the London session, price could just be consolidating. I'm not going to try to trade inside of consolidation because that is a lower quality setup. Or during my session, it could be a retracement phase. I'm not going to try to catch the retracement because I only take pro trend trades. Retracement trades are lower quality setups. Because I focus on the quality of my trades and not just being in the trade on that specific pair, I'm more patient for my setups, and I only take pro trend trades. So if a setup doesn't look clean for my trade, during that session, I would just trade something that looks more clean. Now, that's why I have all of this stuff here, because I only take pro trend trades. So if the setup isn't pro trend during that session, I just don't trade it. And based off all the stuff I break down here, I rank them from the highest quality to the lowest quality setup. That way I only focus on the high quality trades. That way I don't try to force bad trades. I don't try to force okay trades in choppy markets. I don't want to put my money behind that, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a game of probability. So understanding that, what I just said, I rank my pairs based off of the quality, and I bookmark them red, meaning the red ones are to let you know that this is what I'm focusing on today, or this is what I'm focusing on during this London session. So based off what I was looking at today, which was NAS 100, gold, and EU, these were the highest quality trades based off of my breakdowns for all of these pairs. So this is what I was looking at. So I do trade NQ based off of NQ or the NASDAQ. I was looking at buys above this area. Price gave me the breakout and the retest that I wanted, but this wasn't in my session. This was during Asian session. Instead of taking a trade outside of session, even though it gave me what I wanted, being consistent on my strategy, I only trade during my session. So when I came to the charts during my session, it was about 1 a.m. Price is already up here. Meaning it already went to the way I intended it to go. So in order for me to take this trade, I need to wait for a pullback first to create a higher low and then a trend continuation to make a higher high after price took out this lower high to the left hand side, transition into bullish structure. That doesn't mean I try to take a buy here because the price is already going. I'm not going to take a buy here. That's a FOMO trade. I'm not going to sell here either because the price is aggressively bullish. Why don't I try to sell something that's aggressively bullish? Instead of trying to force a trade on NQ because a lot of people want to trade NQ, I just trade something that looks a lot higher quality, which was EU. So that's why I'm in EU and not NQ. Exactly, brother. We trade clean structure. Exactly. I'm not trading in them choppy ass shitty markets. I focus on the quality of my trade and not necessarily just being in any given trade. Why do you trade around this time? Why not in the New York session? Okay. I love this question. See, William, hey, William, I fuck with you, bro. I fuck with you, bro. This is a great question. So, New York session is the most famous session, especially on fucking TikTok. Everybody just New York session, New York session, New York session, right? The reason why New York session is most popular, because one, most of us is in the United States, right? So that's, of course, New York session is going to be more popular, right? And a lot of the market have USD base, right? So, of course, New York session is going to be the most popular, right? But New York session is most popular because it has the most volume. Now, it doesn't really have the most volume, okay? Even though it does, but not really. Now, I'm going to explain why. London session has volume. London session is from 3 a.m. to 11 a.m. New York session is from 8 a.m. to about 4 p.m. Asian session is from 5 p.m. to about 2 a.m. So understanding that, knowing that London session is from 3 a.m. EST to 11 a.m. EST, and New York session opens at 8 a.m., meaning from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., you not only have London session volume, but you have New York session volume on top of that. That's why it seems like New York session has more volume, because it has London session volume and New York session combined between that 8 a.m. to the 11 a.m. window. That's why people like to trade that 9 o'clock or the 9:30 candle, because for futures, that's when the futures market gets situated and stuff like that, right? But New York session seems like it has the most volume when it's between that 8 a.m. and that 11 a.m. time frame. That's why a lot of people stop trading after 11 a.m. because the volume dies down, even though it's still technically New York session. 12 a.m. is still New York session, but it just doesn't have that London session overlap. So New York session is a lot more common because it has the most volume, not because of its New York session itself, but because it has that London overlap, so that London volume and the New York volume is at the same exact time. The reason why I trade London session as opposed to New York session is because I don't trade news. If I see FOMC, NFP, CPI, any kind of fucking Powell speaking red folder, I don't trade it. And all of those red folder news events happen on USD during New York session. You don't see Powell speaking at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning, right? So because I don't trade fundamentals and I don't want fundamentals affecting my technical analysis, I trade during New York session because I don't have to worry about news fundamentals affecting my technical analysis. If I'm in a trade during London session and I'm holding through New York session and I see that we have CPI happening at 10 a.m., I'm closing my trade by 9:59. I don't give a fuck where it's at. I don't care if it's in profit. I don't care if it's that entry. I don't care if it's in drawdown. I'm closing that bitch exactly where it's at, because I don't want to get liquidated or split by a fucking 30 pip, by a fucking 50 pip news Powell speaking or CPI folder in 1 fucking minute. I don't trade news at all. If news is about to affect my trade, I'm closing that bitch wherever it's at. So to avoid taking news setups, I trade during the London session, so I don't have to look at Forex Factory at all, for the most part. Now, occasionally I do look at Forex Factory, occasionally, but not for the most part. That's true, not gonna lie. So yeah, let's look at trading sessions. Trading sessions, images. Boom. Here you go. We got the London session and the New York session overlap. This is not EST. Let's go to EST. Okay, you got that London session and New York session overlap. So between that 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., this is where the most volume happens. This is where most people like to trade, because it's not just New York session volume, it's London session volume as well. and the market slowed down after 11 a.m. because London session is now, and then you just have the New York session by itself. So New York session volume and London session volume is pretty much the same when it comes to how much money is being produced through the market. Ideally, just that when it's combined, meaning we have London session and New York session volume, is like double. So it seems a lot faster. What about orange folder at 8 a.m.? I don't trade. I can trade orange folder. I just don't trade red folder. Will it affect? Yeah, it would affect, but not as aggressive. Who are you running from, bro? Slow down. Are you saying that because I talk fast? I don't know, bro. It's just I always talk like this. I haven't noticed that I talk fast until recently. Like, people haven't been telling me I talk fast until I started live trading. But I think I only talk fast when I'm passionate about something or I'm like explaining stuff. Normally I don't think I talk fast. But whenever I'm passionate about something or I'm explaining stuff, I like speed through it because my brain be going so fast and my mouth be trying to keep up with how my brain's going. You talking perfect speed for everybody else talk slow as shit? Nah, I think so too. I feel like out of all your senses, you have your touch, your fucking sound, your sight, your smell, your taste. Like, only sense that you can't control is your ears. You can't control what you hear. Right? If you don't want to see, you close your eyes. You don't want to smell, you close your nose. You don't want to taste, don't put nothing in your mouth. You don't want to touch nothing, keep your hands on yourself. Right? But you can't close your ears. You can't not hear shit. So I feel like I don't talk fast. People just listen slow. Like, that's what I like to say. It's like, I don't fucking talk fast. You just listen slow. But nah, I'm just bullshitting though. But my bad if I be talking fast. Are you going to make a trade right now? I'm already in the trade. I'm in this Euro USD trade right here. I'm in this trade to see on screen. So as I said before, when I first took this trade, we needed our 1 hour candle to close below this previously 1 hour low. If we did get this closure, this was confirmed that we have a 1 hour bearish engulfing. This is a great sign for a setup. We not only did we break and retest previous lows, looking to the left hand side, price have pulled back into this area aggressively, slowed down in volume with having the slowdown in bullish volume with these wick rejections. Right after we have a doji candle right up here, we have a massive bearish engulfing. This 1 hourly candle engulfed the previous 1, 2, 3, 4 hours worth of data, showing me that sellers are now regaining control and holding this overall bearish momentum when it comes to price making a lower low, lower high, a lower low. Anticipating that this could be another lower high and a trend continuation to retest these lows to the left hand side. Now that we got this hourly closure, this setup looks green as fuck. But it still could lose though, right? Every trade has the potential to lose. Just because it looks good right now doesn't mean it's not going to reverse on me and stop me out. So, but again, I do really like the setup. Where did you learn trading? So I learned trading through a mentor. I learned trading on YouTube first. I had a bunch of different people that I watched on YouTube for free. I watched people like Dr. Dollar, Daniel Savage, Lambo Raul, Roger Banks, or quote unquote Wicks Don't Lie. I watched Swaggy C. I watched FX Alex G. I watched a whole bunch of different people, right? Inside that whole bunch of different people, I started to watch people live trade. I started to watch Roger Banks live trade because YouTube videos isn't enough. Started to watch people like Roger Banks live trade. I watched Dr. Dollar live trade. I watched Daniel Savage live trade. I watched Time to Eat live trade. I watched him as well. Out of all the people that I watched live trade, I picked one person. I picked somebody that I could relate to the most based off of where I was currently at in life and based off of where they were at in life. And I also picked them based off how they teach stuff and their strategy, how simple it was and easy for it to understand. And once I watched them so I ended up picking Dr. Dollar. I watched him for about 2-3 months, live trade for completely free. I watched him on YouTube. And then after a while, I said, okay, I really like this dude. I think I can learn a lot from him. I want to get that more personal level of coaching, mentorship, not necessarily just being in the YouTube chat and talking. Like I wanted him to see my screen and see what I'm looking for and review my trades and tell me where I went wrong at based off of my losses and tell me what I did right based off of my wins, things of that nature to get that feedback. And that's how I developed as a trader. That's where I learned how to trade or learned the fundamentals of trading and started to become somewhat profitable. And over time, I built the strategy that I have now. So the way I trade now is not the way Dr. Dollar trades, but over time I critique stuff and did my own like sample sizing when it comes to weeding out what I did wrong based off my journal and double down on the stuff that I did right based off my trading journal as I developed as a trader, and then I came up with this strategy. Lamar was hard. Yeah, I fuck with Lamar heavy. I think my Mount Rushmore for trading in the like YouTube space or like influencer space would be in my Mount Rushmore. I would say Mamba FX, Lambo Raul, Alex G, and Roger Bank. Those would be my Mount Rushmore. You ever watch Trades by Side? Yeah, I watch Trades by Side as well. He's not in my Mount Rushmore though, but I do like the way he trade. Hey, trader underscore, are you about to promote a bot right now in my chat? Are you dead ass? The reason why Ricks don't lie is in my Mount Rushmore is because he live trade every day during the London session when he lived in Canada. The nigga moved all the way to Pakistan, switched the session to New York session, and still had the same results that he performed when he was live trading during London session. Also, during the end of the year, I watched him take every trade on the 5K account and grew that 5K account to like 30K in like a month in December at that. Like literally during the holiday month, he turned the 5K account to 20K, taking every trade on live stream. So that's crazy to do. That's a 400% return on a 5K in a month while taking every trade on live stream. So that's why he's in my Mount Rushmore. Mamba FX is in my Mount Rushmore because the nigga makes hella fucking bread, bro. Not only do the nigga make hella bread, he's hella fucking entertaining. Like he's in my Mount Rushmore for the fucking entertainment, bro. Like Mamba FX is hella fucking funny, and he makes hella bread as a trader. Thoughts on TGR? I don't watch too much TGR. I can't give you an accurate opinion about him because I just started watching him recently, not to learn, but because people always ask me about TGR in my TikTok chat. So because people always ask me, I decided to watch him just so I can give you an accurate opinion on him. So I'm watching him currently just to see how he is as a trader. So I can't really give you opinion on him, but based off of what I watched so far, based off of his boot camp, I like the way he explains stuff so far. But I don't like the stereotype he put on support resistance traders. Try using your stop loss at your entry. Why would I do that? A stop loss is what I don't want to get hit. I'm on my second fund, hoping to keep this one. Hey, funding accounts is not to test how you are as a trader when it comes to your strategy. It just tests how you manage risk. Again, based off of like funded accounts, right? It's not testing your strategy, it's testing how you manage risk. People try to, like, if you can't manage $100 account, how can you manage a 100K? It's a test on risk management. That's why all of the rules for breaches is all tied to risk management, meaning daily drawdown, max drawdown, stuff like that. It's risk management. So if you could just protect your risk management, have good risk management and protect your capital, you will eventually pass the challenge you're on. Like if you're failing a challenge within the first week or 2 weeks, it's because your risk management is just not up to par. Just try. Okay, hey Slime, let me ask you this. Well, let's look at previous data based on my previous trades. So let's look at last week's results. Last week, I think my first trade was on NAS 100. My first trade was on NAS 100 last week, and it was okay. Where the fuck is my trade at, bro? I deleted it. No fucking way, bro. Okay, I didn't mean to delete it. Let's pull that trade up because I'm putting that trade back up on the chart, bro. your YouTube channel live. What day was Monday? Was it in this video? Okay, this was EU. Was it in this video? Was it this one? It might have been this one. So let me pull that trade back up. Okay, so it was a break retest at, wait, let's go back to it. Last 100, not that. Fuck, I just missed it, bro. So it wasn't this video. Fuck. I actually gotta find this because I don't delete my old positions. I always keep my old positions on the chart. Let's find last 100. That was EU. This was US 30. That was EU. Where the fuck is my NAS 100 trade? But it wasn't this day either. Bro, it had to be the day before. It had to be in this one. I save all my VODs to YouTube. So when I live trade during TikTok, I save the VOD to YouTube as well. So I could go back and redo what I did during that live. So yeah, so it was buys at 24.138. This is what area I was looking to buy at. 24.139. Am I fucking tripping? I could have swore it was here. This is FX replay. Fuck, bro. I gotta do it off stream, bro. I'm gonna find that trade and I'm gonna put it back on the fucking chart. So we're just gonna ignore the last 100 trade that I took last week. Let's go to EU. EU, if you said to use my stop loss as my entry, right? This was the trade I took last week on EU. If I use stop loss as the entry here, if I set that as a limit and I took my entry down here when price triggered right over here, this was a reversal, I would have lost this trade. If I would have took it right over here, right? Using my stop loss as an entry, if my stop loss would have got hit back here. If I would have took this, I would have lost the trade as well. I took, what else I took? I took GU last week. GU, if I took my stop loss as an entry up here, I would have won this trade. If I would have did it right over here, I would have never got triggered. I did it. If I did it right over here, I would have never got triggered. If I did it right over here, I would have never got triggered. So again, it makes no sense to use stop loss as an entry because my stop loss is at an area that invalidates my trade idea. If my stop loss get hit, I don't want to be in that trade anymore. That's what the point of the stop loss, not to enter at the stop loss. That makes no sense. Are you entering into a deal? I don't know what you mean by that. Let me scroll up. I think I missed a lot of comments. Just heavy risk the evals, bro. No point in staying on the eval for so long. Don't listen to Q, bro. That doesn't make no sense. That's at that point, you might as well just go play the fucking casino. You're looking to make money as a trader with consistency, right? You full port a fucking eval, you can't make it to a fucking payout. What was the point of full port an eval? Makes no fucking sense. You're just going to ignore the fucking payout anyways. So again, that makes no sense. You want to full port an eval just to pass it, get the funding and never make it to a fucking payout. Then you're going to be buying another eval. What's your TP? My overall TP is down here at these equal lows. My first TP is right here at 1.17068. Are you entering into a deal? I'm not entering a deal. I'm already in this trade. Yeah, I think EU and GU is pushing up to their premium gap on the daily before dumping. If it takes me out before dumping, so be it, bro. It's part of risk management. I can't avoid taking the loss. I'm just going to take the setup when it presents itself. Lower time frame ain't changed character yet, I don't think. Yeah, the lower time frame still bullish. It still bearish. It goes bullish above this high. Looking at the 5-minute chart. This is the most recent high before making a new low. If price takes this high, we go back bullish. So at that point, I would have been out of this trade. If it takes the high and I lose the trade, it's okay. Minus 1%, no big deal. Who are your top YouTube traders? Mamba FX, Lambo Raul, Trades by Sai, and that's it really. That's it right now. What do you think of scalping trading? Scalp trading is personal preference. Well, yeah, when you inexperienced, you shouldn't. But if you're experienced, just heavy risk. I think you shouldn't be taking the platform challenge until you know what you have, what it takes to pass the platform challenge with proper risk management, not full party. Let me lock this on the screen so I don't delete it like I did in the last one in trade, bro. But let's check my Discord server. I wonder if I sent it in the Discord. General chat room. This was GU. This was GU. This was GU. Oh, this was the Nats 100 idea. This was the Nats 100 right here, 24.5K. Did I send it before? I didn't send it before, picture. So I took the trade off stream because I ended stream right before I took the trade because I was tired. I'm not tired. I wanted to play Fortnite. I sent that 5:13 p.m. the next day of the trade. At 24/5/37. This was back here on that Monday. Where is it? 20. This was London session back here off of this break and retest. Here we go. 24/5/37. 5 minute. I didn't. That wasn't my entry. Wait, what the fuck did I just do? So it was over here somewhere. 5 minute change of character. Here we go, back here. It was off of this lower lows and lower highs here. Then we had a break of a consolidation with a 5 minute closure above, where I got entry, stop loss below the lows, and then I was looking to target these highs. Just for that trade. Uh, 24/686. 24/686. There we go. Shout out to the Discord, bro. Because if I would never sent this in here, I would have forgot my entries and all that other shit. But that's that. Let's go back to the TikTok chats. Oh, you think trading with AI is bullshit? Nope. But I think trading with AI needs to be updated because algorithms change and market conditions change as well based off of volatility in the market. So with trading with AI, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's important to know that your AI may need updating when the market conditions change or the volatility levels change as price move on throughout the year with the different quarters and stuff. What for GU? For GU, I am bearish on GU on a 1 hour time frame until price takes this high. If price takes this 1 hour lower high over here, this is where we go bullish, where you can see some buyers coming back into the market. On a 4 hour time frame, being bullish about this area. But based off of current price, I'm bearish. Just need price to react off of a level and close back below this range. So if price can close back below this range, give you a breaking retest, I like the trend continuation as the fake out buyers above this area, trying to buy inside this tight range and looking to fill the range to the downside here. If price doesn't reject off of this area and comes back down and just continues higher, we can take about above this area. I was trading through Trade Locker, but I need a new. They shut them down. They didn't shut Trade Locker down. What are you talking about? And regret because in losing all my money to believe Euro USD will sell. Now market is rejecting. Why? Market is doing what it wants to do. That's the part of price action, bro. That's why it's a game of probability. And everybody and people that have 70 and 81 percentages, it doesn't mean they don't lose trades. It's just that they win way more than they lose. Me, I have about a 73% percentage on average. That means in every 10 trades, I lose about 3 of them. So this could just be one of my 3 losses out of my next 10 trades. if I lose it. Nothing I can tell you. I can't tell you I can't tell you why I lost till after I lose and see what price does. So if price takes me out here and continues down even further, that would just tell me that I lost because my stop loss was too tight, my entry was too aggressive, and then price looked to continue down. If I lose this trade and price continues up, that means price was looking to take out this high and I was a part of a liquidity grab. So, but I can't tell you why I lose until after I lose and see how price moves after it takes me out. Then I can tell you what happened. But based off where price is currently at, the setup is still valid until price takes this high and closes back above the range. I'm looking like, okay, maybe my stop loss should have been above this high here, but I'm not going to adjust my stop loss and put it all the way up there because I'm already in the trade. That will kill my risk reward. So, but I am looking at this wick because this was the confirmation candle that definitely closed below this low. So because this is the candle here that confirmed that we have been breaking below this range here, then I technically should have had my stop loss above this area. So my stop loss may have been too aggressive, but I didn't want to have this big of a stop loss either. That's why I made it so aggressive. So if I get stopped out and price continues down, that just means my entry was too tight. When my stop loss was too tight and I was a part of a fake out or I entered prematurely. If price takes me out and then reverses, that just means I was a part of the liquidity grab and price was looking to take this high and then then shift bullish. So I can't tell you why I lost though until after I lose and see what price does after it takes me out. Market really don't have a lot of volume right now to be trading, honestly. This is London session, so it's 3:20 a.m. London session does have a lot of volume, but whatever. Did you enter? Yes, I am in this trade. I am in drawdown. This is Euro USD. Yes. Yo, what's up? Catch up with you later. Thanks for stopping by the stream, Andrew. Good night, bro. I'm gonna stay here for about 10 more minutes and then I'm gonna get off. If I get taken out of this position, -1% to start the week, no big deal. If I win this position, I wanted to win anyway, so again, no big deal. But this is why I tell you it's important as a new trader to watch people that live trade, because people that don't live trade are not going to show you them losing this trade. Y'all saw me do the chart breakdown on what I was looking for. Y'all saw me wait for price to pull back into this area. Y'all saw me wait for my entry criteria to get met. Y'all saw me actually enter. You saw me pick a stop loss, and y'all saw me pick a target and step by step in order on everything I wanted to look for. If price takes me out, it takes me out. So be it, bro. But as far as YouTube goes, when it comes to watching videos and stuff like that, like if you're not watching people that live trade, you're not going to see how they manage their trade. You're not going to see their process because when it comes to actually entering the trade. But this setup makes me money most of the time, right? I only have one setup in my trading strategy, right? I only have one setup in my playbook. Okay? I only trade one way based off of me. If I look at any of my previous trades, they all are the same exact setups over and over and over again. If I lose this trade, it's not because, oh, it's a bad setup. I want to take this trade every time I see it. This shit could take me out and set up again. I want to take it again with no problem. And reason how I know that, because we just look at previous trades. We look at gold. The last time I traded gold was back over here. I lost this trade. This trade was a break even. So my first position was a break even. I scaled in a position, ended up losing this trade. So I lost this trade over here, break even this one. I also had a gold trade right over here. Let's change this color to blue. Change this color to blue. Same exact trade. This trade I hit up for 1 to 4.4 risk to reward. This trade was a break even. This trade was based off of a break and retest of this low. Price faked out buyers above here. Came back down. Took the sell. Stop loss above this high. And this trade went for 1 to 4. My scaling entry was a break and retest of this low. This trade ended up being a break even. But all of them are just break and retest. Let's look more left. I took a buy over here that hit for about a 1 to 5 risk to reward. This buy was off of a break and retest of this low. I mean this high, right? Break, retest, continuation. I took a sell over here. This trade was a cooler 1 to 2. I was looking at a break and retest of this low. We have a break and retest, look for continuation. I took a buy back over here. This was a break and retest of this area. Actually, this was a breakout. So this was a little bit more aggressive. It's a breakout entry. And I was looking at this as a break and retest. We're retesting this area, created equal lows, and I look to take a breakout. It's about a 1 to 1.3 risk to reward. I won that trade. This was a break-even trade back over here. And this was a break and retest of this low. This was a winning trade right over here. This was a break and retest of this low. So as you can see, based off of previous data, sometimes I break even, sometimes I lose. Most of the time I win. I took a break and retest here, which was a break and retest of this high for a trend continuation to go higher. This trade went to 412 risk to reward. I took a trade over here. I lost this trade. I took an trade over here. I ended up getting stopped out, and then price went my way a little bit. Hit for about 112 risk to reward, but I already got taken out. This was a break and retest of this low, right? So this is just to show that I take the same setup over and over and over again. Sometimes I lose. Most of the time I win. Sometimes I break even. This is a part of price action, right? So if I lose this trade, I'm not going to say, oh, I'm not going to trade this trade no more. I'm going to take this shit every time I see it. And that's just trades with gold. Like if I look at GU from even last week I took a trade here, the same exact trade I did. This was a break and retest of this low here from last week. Price my entry was too aggressive here. It didn't give me a real retest. I entered premature. I thought price was just gonna reject it off of here and then go down. So this was me. I disrespected my rules here and I paid the price. I lost this trade. It gave me a deeper retracement, then tapped into the level that I wanted to tap into. I got an entry over here, but it was overall was still a break and retest of this high. Got an entry over here. I mean this low right over here. Entry over here. Won this trade. Then price gave me a break of this low right over here. Gave me a pullback. I took this trade. Price gave me a break above this high right over here. Gave me a pullback. I took this trade. Let's go even further back. On GU back over here. Price gave me a break and retest off of a fib level retracement. 50% retracement. I took this trade. Let's look at these ones over here. Price gave me a break and retest of this low. I took this sell. Then price gave me a break and retest of this low. I took a scale in sell. So I took 2 sells in this area. But again, all my setups is the same over and over and over again. I don't take nothing else other than this. This was a break-even trade. This was a break-even trade as well. So even if I lose this trade that I'm actively in now, I'm not going to try to trade something else. I want to take this trade every time I see it. I learned from Dr. Dollar when it comes to like my transition from being unprofitable to profitable. His name is Dr. Dollar on YouTube. dr.space DOLLAR. Other than that, the strategy I trade now is my own strategy that I created myself. So the reason why I stopped trading the way I learned from trading like Dr. Dollar is because I found myself taking lower quality trades based off of how I was taught by him. Not saying that how I was taught by him wasn't working, because I was still profitable when I was being taught by him. Just that I came up with my own strategy that was better than the way that I was learning from him, the way that I learned from him, based off of weeding out the lower quality setups. And not necessarily the strategy itself, because the strategy is the same when it comes to break and retest. But what changed based off the way I trade now versus the way I learned from Dr. Dollar is not trading break and retest. It's the ranking my pairs from the quality, from the highest probability to the lowest probability, and adding a directional bias to it when it comes to being a higher time frame trader. So, LOL, it's funny because I'm trading the same pair right now and we have the same setup, bro. I thought we learned from the same mentor. Who you learn from? If I get taken out of this trade, it's the cost of doing business, bro. Like, you're not gonna win every trade, and trying to avoid losing trying to avoid losing the trade will make you be scared to take a trade. I'm not scared to take a trade. Whenever I see my trade presents itself, I'm gonna take that bitch every time I see it. No question, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. As long as it's within session and it follows my rules, I'm gonna take it. I can lose this trade 3 more times after that, and I'm still gonna take it next week. Next time I see the same break and retest setup. And just because I'm deep in drawdown doesn't mean I'm going to lose this trade. Give you an example on gold. I was in a trade on gold for hella long, not on purpose though. Back here, I was in this trade for over 20 fucking hours. The whole time I was in this trade, I was in the deep ass fucking drawdown. You don't know how frustrating it is to see a trade be read every time you pull your phone out. Like, just imagine you in the gym, you pull your phone out to check your trade, you a drawdown. You go to eat, you pull your phone out to check your trade, you're a drawdown. You go play basketball, you pull your phone out to check the trade, you're in drawdown. Like, no matter fucking what, every time you pull your shit out, you in fucking drawdown for 20 fucking hours. You don't know how fucking frustrating that shit is. But based off of the way I trade, I don't close my trade premature to stop loss. If I'm in drawdown and stop loss is about to get hit, I will just let it get hit because I accepted my risk once I placed that trade. I knew that if I take this trade and I will lose 1%. I said I am okay with that. So I'm never going to close my trade short of my 1% risk because I knew already that that was what I was okay with losing. So the whole time this gold trade right over here was in this 20 hours of fucking drawdown right here for mad fucking long. I said, hey, bro, if it's taking me out, it's taking me out. Fuck it. Eventually, the trade ended up running and hit my TP, which was ran for about a 1 to 4.5 risk reward, which was a nice TP. But I'm saying that to say, just because price is in drawdown doesn't mean I'm going to lose. But if it does lose, I'm okay with that because I'm not going to prematurely close my trade. Are you trading NQ? No, I'm not trading NQ right now because I was waiting for buys on NQ. I was waiting for price to pull back into this 24.590 area for a break and retest of this previous lower high here. We got the break, never gave me a retest, so I just didn't take the buy. If it doesn't give me a retest, I don't take the trade. That's why I'm not in NQ right now. I am in EU where I am sitting in drawdown. Do you know who FXology is? Yes, I do want FXology. My stop loss is about 15 pips. So I did learn a little bit from FXology when it comes to his free content on YouTube. I was just in his live stream today when he went live with his Sunday swings. I don't know if you was in there, but I was in there. But I did learn from Alex G. So we could say we learned from the same mentor. Just I didn't pay for his mentorship though. I thought we learned. I read it already. 15 pips. You know, FXology. Yeah, I know FXology. He is trading NQ. It's trading. I answered it already. Deadass got to take the red and get him green. Yeah, if it takes me out, take me out, bro. So be it. Accepting your risk is how you make bank for once you detach your emotions. Only way is up. Exactly. What period? The watermark is in the background. This is Euro USD. Like everything sets up for sales in this predicament, like in this trade. Let's keep this position. Let's keep this on here as well and delete everything else. All right, we're gonna clear my chart. Let's do a trade breakdown all over again to show y'all what I was looking for while I was actively in this trade. Looking at the daily time frame, based off of I trade pure price action, right? So I'm going to show you my interpretation of pure price action, right? Price is bearish. You might be wondering why am I saying price is bearish? Price was bullish here. We made a new high above this high. How do I know? Simply because this high right over here is higher than this high to the left hand side. This was the lowest point price made before making this new high. This was our previous higher low. Price ended up checking out this high low with this candlestick right over here. So this is where we went from bullish to bearish on a daily time frame specifically. Okay. Go to the 4-hour time frame and do the exact same thing. Look on the 4-hour time frame, I'm looking to tell if you are in a bullish bias or a bearish bias sentiment. Okay. So again, we were bullish as price made a new high above this high over here. How do I know? Because this high is higher than this high. This was the lowest point price went before making that new high all the way up here. Price eventually came down and took this low out right over here, making a new low. So now I'm looking at this bearish structure. I would say we have a lower low, a lower high, a lower low, a lower high, a lower low. Technically, my 4-hour is still bearish as long as we stay below this lower high right over here. So now that I know that the daily is bearish, my 4-hour is bearish, down to the 1-hour time frame and do the exact same thing. 1-hour time frame, are we bullish or bearish? That is what I'm asking myself. Are we making new highs or new lows? Up here, we created equal highs. This was the lowest point price went before making those equal highs. This low ended up getting taken out where we transition into bearish structure. Now we have a lower low, a lower high, and a new lower low. Right? Now, understanding that the 1-hour is bearish as well, being as though our daily and the 4-hour is also bearish, it makes more sense to only look for sell opportunities just because the daily is bearish, 4-hour is bearish, and our 1-hour are all exactly bearish. That doesn't mean I can't still lose. Okay? Then I marked off my levels. Based off my levels, this is how I draw all my levels every single time, right? this is what I do to mark off my levels. I mark off my current low, my previous low, my current lower high. 3 levels. Very fucking simple. Okay. It's not complex on how I find my levels. I use my current low right over here, my previous low, my current lower high. Okay, I'm looking for sells. I don't want to sell up here. I don't want to sell up here because this is where we go bullish if price breaks above this area and look to continue up. Okay. So based off of where I want to sell at, if price can retest this previous low and hold as a potential rejection area, I can anticipate that price is going to continue down here just because price moves with lower lows, lower highs. That's my first area to sell. Or if price makes a new low below this low, I can look for price to break, retest, and continuation to make a new low. Very fucking simple. So that's the idea, right? That's not entry, that's just idea. So now, based off of entry, I need my retest to have structure. It's important to my retest to have lower time frame structure, and I wait for that lower time frame structure to shift in conformance with the overall higher time frame structure. So now you might be wondering what do I mean by that. First, I've determined area. Where do I want to buy or sell at? So ideally, I know I wanted to sell. And I'm going to show you the pre-market analysis before I even did it. So we're going to go on YouTube, go to my YouTube channel, go to my live streams, and go to my last live stream, which was my last session before on Friday, which was the last session I traded. Let's find EU. This is GU, US 30, US 30, US 30, gold, US 30, US 30, XRP, US 30, US 30, GU, gold. I could have swore I did fucking EU in this breakdown, bro. Did I fucking pass it? Okay, let's go back to the beginning before I even took the US 30 trade. What's this? NAS, DXY, US 30. Okay. Am I in a fucking wrong video? Okay, this is EU. Let's fast forward. EU, gold, EU. Okay, this one I did the EU breakdown. Okay, this is GU. This is levels. That's 100, US 30, GA, AU, GJ, UJ, GU. Okay, so this was during my last live stream 2 days ago where I said buys, where I said sells up this area on GU, and this was the buys I took to trade it into that area. Let's find fucking EU though. And Q, US 30. So this is what I actually took the US 30 trade. Bitcoin, US 30. I need to start adding fucking timestamps to my fucking YouTube lives, bro. Cause what the fuck? But I guess I can't fucking find it. But I had this mock up before price even had it. Like when price was down here, I was looking for price to reject off of the area. I was simply waiting for price to get there. Once price get there, then we get down to entries. Now that price reaches this area, I got into the 5-minute time frame to get an entry based off of the 5-minute structure. What I need to see price do is to shift to show me bullish structure, meaning we make clear higher highs and higher lows on a 5-minute time frame. Looking at the structure, we have a higher high. Looking at the structure, we have a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. Just like know that 5 minutes time frame buyers are in control. I simply just waited for buyers to die out, meaning the bullish momentum slow down and price to shift bearish where sellers regain control on a 5-minute chart alongside our 1 hour, 4 hour, and our daily already being bearish. So how do I know when the sellers regain control? When the most recent higher low gets taken out. This is my current high. This was my previous high. This was the lowest point price went before making that new high up here. Price took this low. That's why I decided to enter. Stop loss above this overall high. Now I'm looking to target our current 1 hour lows. So that's it. So I explained why I decided to take sales. I explained why I chose to take sales at this area, and I also explained why I entered and anticipated that price could go continue down here. Also, at the same exact area, prematurely before I entered, this when our candle was still open, I said beforehand in the beginning of the live stream, I said if price could close bearish on its 1 hour time frame, a little bit below, a little bit relatively at entry, we will bearishly engulf the previous 4 hour candles, and that's what we did. Let me know that we have strong sellers in this area. And that price pushed up, that doesn't mean I'm confident straight. Like, even though while we were still always this deep in drawdown, I didn't say, oh, I might as well just close it now. We about to get stopped out. Like, I'm seeing my trade all the way through. It's either stop loss or TP. Like, that's it. Ain't no premature closing over here. I ain't no bitch. I accepted the risk, man. I accepted the risk when I placed the stop loss. I'm cool. I also said that it makes more sense if I put my stop loss above this high instead, because this was the confirmation candle that actually closed below the support. This is the candle that confirmed this breakout. My stop loss technically should have been above this high, but I was already in the trade at that point. So instead of trying to critique this stop loss and make it higher, changing my risk reward from being about 1% to about 2%, or 1% to about 2.5%, doubling my stop loss, I'm already in it. So even though I know this is where my stop loss should be at, I'm already in. So I just got to see it through. Um, don't you think that high is a big demand zone? Shouldn't we wait for price to go up, but that demand? So supply and demand is a concept, right? Just as well as support and resistance, it is a concept. Just as well as fair value gap, it is a concept. It is a structured concept. If you trade supply and demand, then yes, you should wait for price to reach that supply and demand. I don't trade the concept of supply and demand, so I don't need price to reach a supply or demand level. I don't trade off of value gap, so I don't need price to react off of a fair value gap. There is no one set way to trade. Those are a bunch of different concepts based off of trading strategies. So technically, price doesn't have to fill this demand level. So yes, we do have a demand here. Well, not necessarily a demand. This will be a level of supply. Yes, we do have a supply here, but price doesn't have to fill the supply for me to get a trade. I don't even think price is going to get up there because I'm anticipating that this low will hold. Let's look at previous price action, right? Just to give you an idea on what I mean. This will be my level of support in this area where I took my trade at before, this was pretty much a break even. So I took parts of that at 1-to-1 and then the overall stopped me out. So this was a break even. This was my overall support. I took buys off of this support. If I was waiting for supply or demand in this case, I would have been waiting for this candle here. Once price came down this level, this demand didn't hold and the overall went bearish below. So they're all just concepts. Just support this is the concept, supply and demand is the concept, fair value gaps in the concept. If you trade fair value gap, if you trade supply and demand and you trade based off of supply and demand levels, then of course you will want to wait for price to tap into that level. I don't trade off of supply and demand levels, I trade off support and resistance levels. So that's why I'm in this trade. Do you take entry now? It's clearly up to you. I'm already in this trade. This is not in no way, shape, or form financial advice. I'm just here to showcase my interpretation of the market and showcase how I approach it based off of my entries, my stop loss, and my TP off of my own experience. At the end of the day, it's up to you to take your own trades. This is not no way, shape, or form financial advice. Yes, my stop loss up there so that if it hits, I'm completely wrong because I'm broke previous structure low. Yeah, so I agree. My stop loss should have been up there. I was a little bit too aggressive. It's about to fly, the only darn jigger. And if it flies and you in the buys, shout out to you, bro. I always encourage people to take their own setups. Just because I'm in a sell doesn't mean you have to sell with me. If I'm in a sell and you see buyers, take the buyers because you improve more as a trader by taking your own setups, not from taking other people's setups. Right? If you see buys, take the buys, bro. And if you win on the buy, shout out to you. If you win about to lose on the sells, it's okay. I'm going to take my sells every single time based off of the way I trade. If the strategy presents itself, I'm going to take it. If you lose on your buys and I win on my sells, you could go over your buys and see where you could have did better, what you did wrong, where you could have improved. And if I want on my sells, I want to do it anyway, so it's no big deal. Treat it like any other trade. Do you use breakup structure and imbalance? No, I don't really use imbalance. I use breakup structure, break and retest, and trend continuation. To put in, oh no, I'm in sells. Okay, bet. It looks like the sell, especially because of a sell pressure. Yeah, so this is seller pressure is aggressive as fuck. Why do I don't want to buy this? This is just a retracement of overall bearish push. The sellers are still in control unless we come to take this high. That is non-existent. If we do a fib level pullback from the highest point of the push to the lowest point of the push, this is just a steep retracement. And this is just off of this retracement on the 1 hour time frame. If we do it on a higher time frame, like the 4 hour time frame, the start off our push wasn't actually until all the way up here. Right, this is the start off a push, and now I'm selling at a premium price, meaning this is a 50% retracement of this overall bearish push, looking to target these lows. Price gave you a break and a retest on a 4 hour time frame. We have a low, a lower high, a lower low, a potential lower high, and then look for a trend continuation to make a new lower low. Very simple. This is definitely bearish momentum. All of this push down took out this low, took out this low, took out this low. All right, there's no way I want to buy here whatsoever, according to the higher time frames. But if I'm wrong on my sells and I lose the trade, it's okay. So what confidence do you use for TP areas? My TP areas will be previous lows and previous highs. Clean ranges. Like, because the market, I believe that the market repeats itself and previous consolidations will be another consolidation. Previous clean ranges will be clean ranges. So if price makes a clean move down, I will anticipate that price move back up will be just as clean as you see here. When price makes a clean move up, I will anticipate that my price makes a clean move down just like it did to the upside, and I look to target previous lows. So show you another example. Let's look at price made a clean move up here. Just you see the move down was clean as well, just not as clean as the move up, but it's still pretty clean. Again, price made a clean move down, the clean move up. The move back up was just as clean. Price consolidated in this area. Look up when price came back down to this area. We had a little slow price action here. We had slow price action here. So whenever price creates those slow price action areas or those clean moves, I look to see if price can mirror those moves. So if the range is not clean, then I wouldn't want to trade it. I mean, if it's too tight. So I want to show you a choppier range. Like here. Like here back over here. This was a choppy range. Our next low is until this low right over here. So if price was to break below here and I look to take sells based off of this area, I really wouldn't want to trade this because we have chop right over here already. So I would anticipate that if price does close back inside this range, we will have some more chop over here. So I don't want to trade no chop. I want to trade the clean price action. As you can see, price made a clean move up. Looking at this clean move up, you see a clean move back down to retest its previous lows right over, previous highs right over here. Actually, let's take some of that off. That looks crazy. As you can see, price made a clean move up, breaking outside the chop. Looking at this clean move up, we had a clean move down. The reason why this clean move down happened is because price previously rejected this high over here. We just simply rejected it again based off of this consolidation area. Now we're breaking above that clean move up right over here. But because this move down was so clean, price just mirrored that clean move down and made a new clean move up based off of directional bias. So yeah, that's how I do targets. So I just look at price action to the left-hand side and anticipate that we will have a mirror correction of an overall move. Hopefully that makes sense. So, but mostly my TP is the size of the structure. So yeah, same thing. My TP just at our previous rejection area. So this was the last pivot point price was before having a big reaction off of. So I would anticipate that if price comes back into this area, we may struggle to break this low. So I wanted to be getting out at this area. GBP/USD similar. Yep, GBP/USD is similar. I took these buys yesterday on GBP/USD, but before I took these buys, I was looking at sales up in this area. That was okay. I don't feel like doing all that. Oh, let's just go back to the Discord, bro. Let's go to general chat room. Let's go to GU. I was anticipating GU sells as well, but I didn't want to sell GU until we pull back into this area over here. So I took this candlestick trade on Friday for this bias to catch this move up, but I was anticipating sells up here. But until we have confirmations that this level is going to hold and continue down, there's no entry. So GU gave me the confirmation. EU gave me the confirmation. GU didn't. So that's why I took EU instead of trading GU, even though they look similar. Just that one gave me a confirmation for entry, the other one didn't. Yo, bro, you do Discord calls. I'll be active every London, but don't have anyone who be active like me. So I don't do Discord calls to trade with. I would do that if I had a bigger community, but I don't at the moment. My Discord community is free though. If anybody wants to join, just send me a message on TikTok and I will shoot your Discord link for free. I do Discord calls, but my Discord calls be on a weekend and it'll be like coaching. So it wouldn't be like Discord where I'm live trading. It would be like on a Saturday or a Sunday, and I would be doing like a live coaching call based off of, like, I'm gonna give you an example. So I do one-on-one coaching for free, and I do like group coaching for free as well. So I will post in the Discord like a poll like this, where I will say, hey everyone, y'all want a full mentoring session in this Discord where I coach a small group all at once, where y'all will be able to use your mic and share your screens and charts, etc. for feedback and trade review, or should I just do a one-on-one coaching this weekend? They voted small group, so that's what we did, a small group. So I said in a small group, if the small group wins the poll, would y'all prefer a Saturday or a Sunday? They voted Sunday, so we did it on a Sunday. I said, what time y'all want to do? 10 a.m. or 4 p.m. market open? They voted 4 p.m. market open. So I came back on 4 p.m. market open and I did a live call. So my calls be like stud. And inside my call, we would do a full breakdown of pre-market analysis, do trade review based off of the previous trades I took that week and you took that week. So based off of two of the people that's in my Discord call that I do one-on-one coaching with, one of them name is Damo, one of them name is Key. Both of them, I did one-on-one coaching calls with them. They didn't have a trading journal, so I showed them how to make a trading journal with AI and stuff like that. And they did the trading journal based off of our one-on-one coaching call. And I said, the following week, after you trade all week, make sure you journal every trade. That way, when I do the coaching call again on the mentorship, not the mentorship, like the small group call in the Discord that weekend, we can go over your trades. So when Sunday came, I went over demo. I said, hey, pull up your trade that you took last week or the week that just passed. Put up the trades. I say, okay, you entered here, your stop loss was here. You could have did this better. You could have did this better. You did this really well. How was your trade notes? How were your pre-market notes? Stuff like that. So more so on the coaching aspect, but not as a live trading. I do want to do like live trading Discord calls to where I'm live trading, is other people live trading. Well, not live trading, but it's other people trading with me in a call. They're talking, they're sharing their screen and stuff like that, just being really interactive to give more value, not only to just to make the stream more entertaining and make trading more entertaining as itself. But I do want to do that, but I would rather wait till I actually build a more stable community that's more active, and then I will get that rolling. I have safe TP. Where's yours? My overall TP is down here at 1.16520. My first TP is at 1.7068, where I will partial out at. So I've closed 50% of my position at this price point here, where it says partial out. That's why I have an alert here. But my overall TP is down here at these overall lows down here. Well, even if it's not a big community, I do Discord to live trade with people. So if you're down, let me know. I got you. Send me a message on Discord, and you can hop in the call tomorrow if you want. Send me a message on Discord, and I will shoot your link. Send me a message on TikTok, and I will shoot your link to the Discord. That goes for anybody in the chat. If anybody want to join my free Discord community, just send me a message, and I'll send you the Discord link. Inside my Discord community, I have a general chat room. I have a trade ideas chat room where you can post your trade ideas before and after, stuff like that. If you want to like flex your screenshots of your profits and stuff like that, you can do that in Member Profit. If you want to talk about crypto, we can do that. Trading means for like funny videos and shit like that, just for entertainment, that as well. Also do trading psychology, risk management, strategy talk. Strategy talk is my whole in detailed strategy on what I look for step-by-step explanation in words. I also have homework submissions. So I am doing a boot camp for beginners, like ultimate beginners, like day one of learning how to trade. Similar to TJR's bootcamp, I'm going to post it on YouTube for free, because a lot of people come in here that's completely new and they say, how do I get started? I always point up to FX Alex G. I always tell them, go on YouTube, type in FX Alex G Ultimate Beginners Forex. I always tell them, watch this 4-hour long video. You will learn everything beginner friendly. This is not going to teach you how to trade itself. but this is going to teach you the fundamentals of trading and learning the vocabulary and what price action is and how traders talk. After you watch this video, watch people that me live trade. That way you can understand the real world reality of trading and not just video format, because videos is just highlight reels of a fucking sport. It's like point guards make highlight tapes. Videos on YouTube are just the highlights or the traders' best moments. Everybody gonna like know what they're talking about on fucking YouTube. But instead of pointing people to FXology, I don't gain nothing from that. So I figure if people on TikTok want to learn from beginner basics, stuff like that, I should just make a bootcamp post on YouTube for free. Instead of putting people to FXology video, I could point them to my video and do a one-on-one, like one-by-one video format, and watch this video, then this video, then this video, then this video in step-by-step order. And inside when I do launch that bootcamp, that's beginner friendly all the way to intermediate, all the way up until advanced. I will post homework, meaning I would say by the end of day one, after you watch day one, this is what I want you to do for this day. Go in the chart, mark up this. Go in the chart, look for this, spot this, draw this 10 times, draw this 5 times, whatever the case may be. And you will submit your homework from the bootcamp inside the homework section. I will review it and give you feedback. Here we have questions and answers. So we got a question for me based off if it's just a strategy, a market structure, a general question, psychology, anything like that. Just ask it there. But this is just and then we have announcements where I send an alert whenever I go live or whenever I do the coaching call and stuff like that. So that's just a little tour of my Discord day. FXology is for God. FXology is a fraud. I fuck with allergy, bro. So if you think you're fraud, you think you're fraud. Again, you're open. You're okay with. You're perfectly fine with developing your own opinion. That's perfectly okay. I like to join Discord. Send me a message on TikTok, and I will send you the link. But I'm gonna wrap it up here. I was supposed to end the stream a whole fucking hour ago, bro. I said I was gonna sit here for 3 hours, but I was just talking too fucking much. I'm talking so much, my tongue hurt right now. Damn. I was supposed to end a whole hour ago, bro. I'm gonna wrap it up right over here. If I lose this trade, so be it. I'm okay with losing 1%. That's a part of risk management. If I win this trade, it's okay as well. I wanted to win anyways, no big deal. This is the trade I was in. The overall idea stays the same. Even if I lose this trade, I'm going to take this trade every single time I see it, because more often than not, when I take the same exact setup, we like to win. I mean, we win more often than not. I average around like a 73% win rate. But I'm wrapping up here. I will be live again during London session. It's your boy Traderholic. I'm gonna wrap this up right now. If you want to join the Discord community, send me a message on TikTok, and I will send you the Discord link for free. It's your boy Traderholic, and I'm out. Chat. Peace. Thank for all new followers. I said subs. Got 82 new followers. Shout out to y'all. We about to hit 1.2K already, and we literally just hit 1.1K like 2 days ago. But I'm wrapping up here. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Peace. And I'm gonna update the Discord on my review on this trade. So after I get stopped out or TP, like I'm gonna update the Discord on what I could have did better, whether my stop loss was too tight or things of that nature, right? I'm gonna send that in a general chat room for like educational purposes. So that's something you want to look at. Send me a message. I'll send you a Discord link. I'm out of here. Chat. Peace.
Alright, I'm not excited about this, but I asked Dad incoming blood. She said, $30 on Venmo for you to walk like tomorrow, so I think later. So I'll show you all the Venmo and also the more stuff. I'll show you guys that is one of the systems that I'm talking about. It's real cool. It's knowledge. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna ship it. The other two are not so good. That's just my thoughts today on finding percent knowledge, knowledge, also, and it's not that alone for my English on my y'all need to be nothing to know. Yeah. They feel pretty good. Things are looking at this year. Game changer. Came out this sort of and take a look at this. So look on the video. You know, this whole thing up and really take a look of it. And I was just passing the post office and see shit to go. Over here. You put this in, which is really all how easy it is to literally still anything, no matter what people say. Yeah, you want to do saturated, if it comes bottom in those 3 days, just to show you my things possibly. I can do some fucking everything like that. Yeah. financial discipline. Yeah, I appreciate it. Glad I'm not going real nice. Yes, but I gotta get up with that. Yeah, I'm not doing that together. I put a thought plan in case because like I put about the way. I think they I feel like God, yeah, I'm trying to make sure like y'all will be what they think about like you know what they're like you really gonna take it, don't make it. Don't stick it like that. I know you fell in love with me, but I love you back. I know I let you down, I've been regretting that. I want to get up on my feet, maybe I'm coming back. Fight to get through collar, girl, that ain't the past. Oh, no, no. You know, somehow I don't, no. I gotta have my back, go. Until I got your back, talk. No. Know that you've been hurt many times, but I promise you that I ain't like the mother God. Just wanna give this to your dog. Just wanna make you mine, but I don't wanna waste your time. Let me do it again. Or when I say, I know for friends. Gotta be a man. Gotta be a man. Better than my friends. But I don't play, I think it's cool. Thoughts in my mind, it's hard to make it stop, you know. I don't wanna leave your side, but that's just what I had to do. You're the best for me, but girl, I'm not the best for you. Girl, I'm not the best for you. You know I'm the best for you. Know that I'm not lying when I'm not slow. You know I do the time, you know I do the time slow. You gotta let you go.
This is my experience. Individual experiences may vary. I can breathe better now, and that's how I know that brush fee is working. I have been ill most of my life. I had other illnesses that also led to that shortness of breath. I had gone on vacation to the Bahamas, and I don't know, it was something about the air, the heat was on me. I could not breathe, and it was so severe that I had to seek attention while I was there. So when I got home, I called my doctor, and then he got all of the tests back in. say, yeah, we have COPD. And so I did the respiratory inhaler, and I was like, wait a minute. The tightness went away, and I said, what is this for? Now it's like, okay, I'm good. I'm good. What keeps me motivated to stay on top of COPD is I have 5 grandchildren. And so my focus is on doing everything that I need to do to keep those symptoms under control so I can do that for them. And so that I can get back into the community like I used to. If you have COPD, talk to your doctor about breast. For long-term treatment of COPD, better breathing, symptom improvement, and fewer flare-ups. Not a rescue inhaler. Not for asthma. Don't use more Breadstreet than prescribed. Breadstreet may increase risk of pneumonia, osteoporosis, and some eye problems. Call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, your breathing problems get worse, you have problems urinating, or have a heart problem or high blood pressure. Hi, I'm Courtney Cox. And I'm Lisa Kudrow. And we're here today to tell you about our puzzle game just came out. Let me break it down. Sound like a poet? Since when? Tell them about the graphics. Oh, okay, let's get to that. It's gorgeous. State Farm can help with your claim. Well, I feel better.
Your neighbor, State Farm thing. Oh, all that it was rough, but lately I've been doing better. In the last month of December, before, and I see my family every month.
Hello? Sorry. What? Well, I'm finna leave out the house in like 5 minutes. All right, what's up? Yeah, uh, take a little nap. Yeah, use your alarm. At least. No. All right. Nigga hacking, bro. This nigga hacking, bro. I fuck, I didn't hit no shot this year. I fuck with that, not my wall. This nigga is hacking, bro. Like he just full on rage hacking at this point. Nigga literally max every shot, bro. How does it feel to be a hacker on a free video game, bro?